Hello everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. I hope you guys are doing well. Today, we'll be taking you through the Java Intermediate Full Course. This Java Intermediate Full Course will cover several intermediate topics. In this video, you will see the in-depth usage of Java and learn about all the concepts which are almost essential for becoming a Java developer. By the end of this tutorial, you will be able to understand and deploy several projects using Java. But before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on programming videos. So if you are a programmer and want to learn something new, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from SimpliCode. Let's go through the agenda for this full course tutorial. We'll start this video with an introduction to Java, followed by Java collections. We'll move on and cover topics like array list, linked list, hash set, and tree set in Java. Following that, we'll cover map, stack, queue, and classes in Java. We'll then cover constructors, streams, and access modifiers in Java. We'll then go through some object-oriented programming concepts which are usable with Java, like inheritance, abstraction, and encapsulation. We'll then move on and cover topics like Java interfaces and Java method overloading and overriding. We'll end this video by going through some projects using Java. All the concepts we will discuss in this tutorial are intermediate level topics. So if you are new to this channel, then consider going through the previous Java course for beginners to better understand today's topics. I hope you guys are ready to learn something new. So without any further delay, let's get started.
So let's take a scenario here, and let's say we have a piece of code. We are taking a variable, let's say where car manufacturer, and the value of this car manufacturer will be Audi, a string, right? Next up we have another variable, let's say we have a variable car model, and the value of this will be, let's say car from Audi is Q7. Then we have another variable, let's say where price of this car, and the price will be, let's say 50,000 US dollars. Alright, next up we have a function. Let's say we are using a function that is all-wheel drive. So we are having a function all-wheel drive, the opening and closing curly braces for the body of the function, and inside this all-wheel drive function we are using document.write. And here what we will write, let's suppose this car comes with quattro all-wheel drive. Quattro, I hope you guys are aware of this word quattro. It means that four-wheel drive. Next up we will call this all-wheel drive function here. So here's the data about a particular car from a particular brand Audi, right? So the car model is Q7 and the price of this car is 50,000 US dollars. So these are the three different things we are storing for a car of a particular brand. Next up, we have a function which states the capability of the car. The function here is the all-wheel drive, which means that this car comes with four-wheel drive instead of general front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. So this function is the behavior of the car, right? It shows that the car is four-wheel drive. Things are pretty sorted here, right? We have the data about the car and a function associated with it. So let's save this and we can see the output here. The car comes with quattro all-wheel drive. So this is a basic piece of code, right? We have been through functions. We know how to use functions. We know how to call them. So that's quite easy for now, right? The problem occurs when we have a list of cars. Let's say that we have to maintain 100 different cars with all the data of car manufacturer. We have car model, price, and then we have different behaviors for different cars. Not all cars have the all-wheel drive property. So what we will do in such a case where we have to use the same property again and again for 100 different cars or 100 different entities, we can copy paste this same piece of code repeatedly, and we have to change the value every time we copy paste it. So we have to change the variable name, the car manufacturer, the car model, and the price as well. Imagine we are doing this for a list of cars. Then it goes on and on. So this is the most inefficient way of tackling this problem, right? This is where the concept of objects come into play. These objects help us to bundle all these properties and attributes about one particular entity. If we talk about this particular example of a car, we can put all these properties and many other properties like car weight, we have car color and so on together under one name and make it an object. Let's move on to the syntax for objects in JavaScript. We'll do it for this same program. We'll use objects. Now let's go ahead and have a look at the syntax for objects. So before we start, there are few ways in which we can create objects in JavaScript. We are going to discuss two different ways of doing so. The first one is the literal way, also known as the literal object way. So the syntax for literal object way goes like this. Let's say we are declaring a variable var_car and curly braces. So these curly braces represent that this car variable is actually an object. Inside this, we will define all the car's properties, that is whatever data we want to store about the car, like car manufacturer, car model and price in this particular scenario. So let's use them here. So we have car manufacturer and the car manufacturer is Audi, right? Next up we have car model is Q7. Finally we have the price, which is $50,000. So you can identify the difference here inside the object, right? When we declare a variable, we usually use the equals to sign for assignment, but here in objects we use the colon and we are using commas here because we have some more properties. So these three are the properties. For this object car, we have three properties associated with it. We can also add this all-wheel drive function inside the object, and when we use this function inside the object, it will be called a method. Whenever we use a function inside a class or an object, so it is known as a method. Keep this thing in mind, guys. So that syntax is also a bit different when it comes to methods inside an object. The syntax for that will be, we have to write here all-wheel drive and we'll use the colon, then it is a function, so we'll write here function with opening and closing round brackets and the body of the function. So what we want to write here is we want this function to return the value, right? We want this function to return this value. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. So we want this function to return this value. So we'll write here return instead of document.write. Now this function will return this string that this car comes with a quattro all-wheel drive. So if you want to change this string a little bit, you can change because we have already used this string in the previous program we did. So let's suppose we'll write here four-wheel drive. Now this will be easier for you to understand this. So this is what an object looks like. Our object is entirely ready. What we did here is we bundled all these things and coupled them. We bundled all these things. We bundled all the three variables. We bundled this function. We bundled all of them together inside a single variable. And now this particular variable car is an object. Now if we want to access these properties of the object like car manufacturer, car model, etc., whatever properties we have here, so what we have to do is we have to use document.write. So it is quite simple. So after this object we'll write here document.write, and to access this object what we have to do is we have to use the object name with the dot operator and the property name. So if we want to, let's suppose we'll use here car dot and the property name will be car underscore manufacturer. So here is the syntax. The syntax is quite easy. You can see here we have used the car object with the dot operator and then we have the property name, whatever property we want to access. So let's save this program now and see. Here it says Audi. By using this dot operator, we can access any property of the car. Not just a property, we can access the method as well. So if we want to access the method, like if we want to access this all-wheel drive function, we can do it simply by writing here car dot and we'll write here, instead of this, we'll write here all-wheel drive, and we are good to go. So if we save this now, so here you can see it says this car comes with 4-wheel drive. So it is quite easy to access these properties of an object. So we can do it by using this. Now suppose we call this function normally with the document.write inside the function in place of return. So if we write here document.write, it's normal, like how we normally call a function. So if we write here document.write inside this function, and we can call this function by the normal method. Like if you are calling this function from outside, what we'll do, we'll write here car dot and the function name. So if we save this now, here you can see the string is printed on the browser. This car comes with 4-wheel drive, and you can see here we didn't use any h1 tag or h2 tag, so you can spot the difference, right? So that's how you can call a method of an object from outside. This is the normal way. So now you guys might be wondering, what if we want to add more cars into this? We can copy paste it again to do so and change the value of properties again. It is the same thing we can do with the variables. So this is where the following way of creating objects come into the picture, in which we use something different known as object constructor. That's a bit different from other object-oriented programming languages. So don't worry if you don't know about it. Also, in the newer versions, JavaScript supports the concept of classes and objects. So what we used to say earlier is JavaScript is an object-oriented scripting language because it does not support the concept of classes and objects fully. But now the scenario has changed. JavaScript do support the concept of classes and objects, but we'll keep it a bit simple. So let's comment this code as well, and we'll use this code for reference. So we'll comment this, that's why we are not removing it, but we can remove this piece of code. So let's remove it, and let's move on to use a second way of creating an object. Now we will create multiple objects using a single template, which is known as a constructor function. Let's have a look at the syntax for this method. So we'll write the function keyword, and we have named this function as cars, and in parentheses we will provide the properties as parameters. So these are the properties. We have car manufacturer, we have car model, and we have car price. So these are the properties which we used in the previous code as well. So here we have also used these properties, so we'll keep it that way only. Now inside a function, these parameters are known as arguments. So if we talk about the naming convention, so these parameters are known as arguments. So let's move on to the body of the function, and inside the body we will use this keyword here. This keyword refers to the object it belongs to. So here in this program, this will refer to the object basically. So what we are doing here is, whenever we are creating any object using this constructor function, we will pass specific values like the car manufacturer, car model, and the price, all of these values. So all these values will be present at the RHS. So let me write this first. Let's say we are using this dot and the property name car manufacturer. We'll write here car manufacturer. So all these values will be present at the RHS, and the actual property of the object will be this dot car manufacturer. So this is the actual property of this method. You will understand it much better when we create the object. For now, let's mention here the other two properties and method as well. So let's use the other two properties, which were this dot car model, and we'll write here car model. The last one was this dot price. We'll write here price. Let's add the method here as well. Inside the constructor function, we'll use this keyword again to add the method. The syntax will go like this. We'll use this dot all-wheel drive, and this is a function. So we'll write here function with the opening and closing round brackets, and then we have the body of the function. Inside the body of this function, we will write whatever we have written in the previous program. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Right, so this is a complete constructor function. Now using this constructor function we can create multiple objects of this car type. So this constructor function works like a template, or like the classes work in other languages like C++ and Java. So let's create an object here. So we'll create a variable here. Let's say we are creating a variable C1. Now we'll use the new keyword and along with the constructor function. So we'll use here cars and we'll pass the values for all the three properties. So here you can say we have the car manufacturer as Audi, and next up we have the model as Q7 and the price as 50,000. Okay, so we have created a variable, we have passed the values for the properties, and now if we want to access this function, if we want to access this all-wheel drive function, we can access this as well. We have to write here c1.allWheelDrive, and this is how you can call a function. If we save this program, see here it says this car comes with 4-wheel drive. So if you change anything here, let's suppose we are using here h2 tag. If we save this program now, see you can see the change here. So we are calling this function here and this will be printed on the browser. So this string will be printed on the browser. Let's create another variable here. Let's say we are using var c2, and the syntax will be same for this as well. We'll write here new cars and we'll pass the values here. So let's say we are using BMW, and next up we have the model as X7 and the price of this car is, let's say, 40,000. Okay, 40,000 USD. So if we want to access any particular property of any object, like if we want to access the car model or if we want to access the car manufacturer, so we can do it the same way as we did previously, as we did in the literal object way. So to do so, we have to write here document.write, and it was quite simple. So we have to write here the object name dot and whatever we want to print. Let's say we are printing here car model. So if we save this now, you can see here X7 is printed on the browser because X7 is the value of object C2. And let's suppose if we want to print here car manufacturer, save it and see here you can see we have BMW as the output on our browser. Similarly, we can access the price as well. Let's save it now and see here it says 40,000. So this is how we can create multiple objects in JavaScript. This is the code we used in the last video. Here we created the car object which has three properties: car manufacturer, car model, and the price of the car. We have a method here as all-wheel drive. When we use this method here, we use this method with the dot operator and we called that function, we called that method with the help of the object. So the output was this car comes with 4-wheel drive. So this was something we did in the previous video. If we talk about objects in JavaScript, a lot of things we know about in JavaScript are basically objects, like the Boolean values, numbers, strings, and a few more. So many of these things can be objects if we define them with the new keyword. Basically, any of the data type other than the null and undefined can be converted to objects, or they have their equivalent object forms if we define them with the new keyword. So we have a few predefined objects as well. We have the math object, the date object, and the regular expression are also considered objects in JavaScript. A lot of things are objects in JavaScript. We'll use objects in DOM manipulation, which we will go through in further videos. So that's why it is pretty essential to understand the whole concept of objects, right? So next up, let's look at how we can use different data types as objects in JavaScript. So the syntax for using the basic data types as objects in JavaScript goes like this. We'll declare a variable first. We have a variable str1, and next up we'll write here the new keyword and the data type. So string is our data type which we will be using as objects for now. So this is the complete syntax of how to use a data type as an object in JavaScript. If we'll write here str one and we'll use the dot operator. So here we can see we have the object methods as well, right? So I hope you guys are aware of the methods present in JavaScript. Like we had the string and array methods, right? We have methods for object as well. Like the index of method. We have seen the use of index of method when we went through the string methods in JavaScript. So similarly, we have the font color and the length property for object as well. So length here is the property, and other which we can see are the methods for objects in JavaScript. So here this str1 becomes the object by default when we use the new keyword with the string while declaring. So there are few ways to determine if a variable is an object or a primary data type. So the easiest way to do so is to use the type of operator. So let's use it here and check the type of variable str1. We'll write here document.write and we'll print the type of this variable. So we'll use the type of operator and the type of variable str1. So let me put it inside the h1 tag. So here we have written our type of operator. So let's print this value on the browser. If we save it, see here you can see it says object. If we write a string here in place of this new string, so if we write here any string, let's suppose we are using a string here. Let's say we are using hello. Okay, let's save it now, and here you can see the type of this variable str1 changed from object to string. So this is the difference between a primitive data type. It was a string earlier, but when we use it with the new keyword along with the string, and this is the basic syntax of how to define a primitive data type as an object. So if we save it now, here you can see it is converted to object. Similarly, we can use the other basic data types as well, and the other predefined objects we talked about, like the date object and the math object, we'll go through each of them in separate videos. So moving on, let's go back to our car object. After we declared the whole object, we defined all the three properties and the method also. Somewhere in the program, we realized that we had missed a particular property, and we realized it after we have written 150 lines of code after this car object. So here you can say we have written here 150 line of code. So I'm not writing 150 lines, but let's do it this way. So we realized it after 150 lines. In JavaScript, we can add a particular property to an object outside the definition also. We can add a property to an object anywhere in a program. The syntax for that goes like this. We'll write the object name with the property name along with the dot operator. So we'll write here one more property. Let's say we are using car color, and the value of this property will be, let's say, black, right? What this line will do is it will add one more property inside this existing car object. So initially we had three properties. Now this line will add one more property to this car object. We are using the same name, that is the object's name having three properties over here. We are using the same object name here. You can see here the object name is car, and here we have also used the car object name. Now we have added one more property to this object car. We can check it. Let's print it out on the browser. So what we will do, we'll write here document.write. So here you can see we have used the document.write method to print this car color on our browser. So we have used here car.carColor. Let's save this program now and see. Here you can see the output is black. So this is the property of the object car now. And if we comment this line, let's say if we are commenting this line, let's save this now and see. Here you can see it says undefined. We can add more properties similarly. Like if we want to add another property here, we can go like car dot and the property name, whatever property we want to add. Let's say we want to add fuel type. So it can be a petrol car or a diesel car or an electric car. It doesn't matter. So we can add properties as well. In fact, we can add methods as well. So the syntax to add method goes like, we can add a method here. We'll see it will go like car dot. Let's say we are adding a new function. Let's say we are adding the function new fun. equals to, and here we will write function. So the body of the function. Now whatever we want to write inside the function, let's say this function return function successfully added. So if we try to call this function from outside, we can do it. So let's try to check out the output for this function. Let's say we want to access this particular function. So save it now, and here you can see it says function successfully added. So the new method we added is the new fun, and we added this method to our pre-existing object, which was the car object. So I hope you guys are aware of how to add a new property or a new method to an existing object by now. What if we want to delete a particular object? So it's pretty easy to do so in JavaScript. We can use the delete keyword, object name, and the property name after the dot operator. Let's suppose we want to delete car model here. We want to delete this particular property of the object car. So what we'll do, we'll delete this car model. So the syntax for it is quite simple. So we'll remove this for now, and we'll delete a property. Let's say we are using the delete keyword with the object name dot method name or the property name. So we'll delete here car model, right? Let's save it now. So this particular line will delete the car model attribute of this car object. Let's check it out, and we will print here the car model. So we'll write here car underscore model and save it now. So here you can see it says undefined, and if we try to comment this line, and now if we try to save this program, so here you can see the car model is Q7. So this is how we can delete a particular property or a particular method from an object. One more thing before we wrap up this video is, as we all know, JavaScript is a loosely typed language, right? So we can change the data type of these properties on the fly. Now we will change the data type of this property. We had the price property, right? So we'll change the data type of this particular property now. We know that the value of the price property is a number. Let's change this number to a string data type. What we have to do is we have to write here car dot price and update the value here. Let's say we are using 70,000 and we have to put here semicolon. It's the same thing we do to update the value of a particular variable, right? So if we try to print the value of price now, we'll get the output as 70,000. Let's try to print it on the browser. So we'll cut it from here, we'll paste it here, and we will print car price. Save it now. See, here you can see it says 70,000. If we want to check the type of this property, what we can do is we can use the type of operator. So we'll use the type of operator. So this is the syntax of how we can use the type of operator. Let's save this now, and see here it says string. Earlier it was a number, but now it is a string. So all these things can be done dynamically in a program wherever we want to do them. So that's the benefit of having objects in JavaScript. So let's move ahead and have a look at all the methods present in JavaScript. So guys, these are the methods we have. We have a list of methods having a variety of usage, and you can pause the video and take a screenshot, or if you want to note them down, you can do it as well. So it depends on you totally. So these are all the methods we have in math object. So we will go through a few essential methods which we might need ahead in this particular course. So let's move on and have a look at few of them. So I hope you guys are aware of the value of pi, which is something like 3.1415 and so on, a hard to remember value, right? We can use the pi method in JavaScript, and we don't have to read out or remember this value every time we need it. So the syntax is quite simple. All we have to do is we have to call this method and we are good to go. So let's print this value of pi now. We are going to print the value of pi. What we have to do is we have to write here document.write, and we have to use here math.py. So this is the syntax of how we can print the value of pi on our browser. So if you want to put it inside something like h1 tag or h2 tag, it's totally upon you. Go ahead and save this and check it out. So this is the value of pi, which is 3.1415926. So this is the complete value of pi. It's a hard to remember value, right? So JavaScript already stores the value of pi. So anytime we want it, like if we want to know the area of a circle, so we don't have to Google for the value, or we don't have to remember the value. JavaScript gives us effortless access to use the value of pi. One more similar value is Euler's value. So we can use this method anytime. Just like we have the pi method, we also have the Euler's method. So we can use this method anytime we need the value. So the syntax for Euler's value goes the same as that for math.py. The only change is we will write e in place of pi. So here in place of pi, we will replace it with capital E. So this is similar, like we can use the same for pi and we can use the same for Euler's. The only difference is of a character. So we can save it and see, here's the value of Euler's constant. These values are pretty hard to remember, right? So anytime we need them, we don't have to Google it, or we don't have to remember them as well. So what we can do is we can use the math object and we are good to go in our program. Apart from that, the math object is used for some other methods, such as finding the square root of a number. Yes, we can create the function for it. Still, many of these easy and straightforward mathematical functions are already built in JavaScript. Like the square root of a number or the power of a number. If we want to round up a number, we can use the built-in method for that also. So let's make a program that gives us the square root of a number. As we already discussed, we can create a function for it. But why do we do that when we can use the built-in JavaScript math object methods? So let's move on and create a variable first. So we'll remove this and we'll create a variable. Let's say var n, and the value of n will be 49, let's suppose. So we know that the square root of 49 is 7. So to get the output, we have to create another variable that will hold the value returned by the math object. So we'll create another variable. Let's say we are creating another variable var answer. And this variable will hold the value returned by math.sqrt. So math.sqrt is the method for returning the square root of a number. So then we will print the value of answer. Now we will print the value of variable answer. So we'll write here document.write and we'll print the value of answer. So let's print it inside the h1 tag. So let's print the value of answer now and see if the output is 7 or not. So here you can see we have the output as 7. So the square root of 49 is 7. The program works like we give it a number. Let's suppose we are giving it a number 144. Okay, in place of 49 we are giving it a number 144. So this value will be stored in the variable n. Then it will find the square root of this number and it will save the square root in a variable answer. So we have another variable here and the value of square root will be saved inside the answer variable. And finally, when we save this program, we have the output as 12. So this is how this particular program works. So there are several similar methods present in JavaScript, and the following two methods we are going to discuss are a bit more helpful and we'll use them in future. We'll definitely use them in future. So the two new methods are the min and the max method. Let's comment this out first. So suppose we have a list of numbers and we want to find the smallest and the largest numbers present in that list. So let's do it for the largest number first. So the syntax for the max method goes like, we'll write here document.write. Let's suppose we are using here max and we have a list of numbers. Let's suppose we have random numbers 1, 2, 6, 3 and we are using random numbers. So this is our list of numbers. So what is the output of this particular program? So we are using the math.max. What this method will do is it will find the greatest number of all these numbers. So here we can see that 87425 is the greatest among all these numbers. So if we save this program, we will get the output as 87425. Similarly, if we copy this line and paste it here, and instead of the max, we'll use the min method. So what min method will do, that it will find the smallest number of all these numbers. So let's save it and see the answer here is 0. That's because 0 is the smallest number present in this list. So that's how the min and the max methods work in JavaScript. So the last method we are going to discuss in this video is math.power method. Suppose we want to print the value of 2 raised to the power 4. To print this on the browser, we can also create a function, but we have a method in math object that makes this task a little more straightforward. It is beneficial when we want to print a larger number. So what we have to do is, we will again write here document.write, and this time we'll use the math.power method. So here we have to provide it 2 parameters. Let's suppose we are providing here the parameters as 2 and 4. So it will print 2 raised to the power 4. The second parameter will be the power of the first number. So this particular line will print 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. That means 16. So save it and let's check the output now. So here you can see it says 16. If we do the same for, let's suppose 10. Save it now and here you can see the output as 10,000. It is 10 into 10, which is 100, into 10, 1000, into 10, 10,000. So these are some vital math object methods present in JavaScript. You can use the other methods as well. As we have seen earlier in this videos, we have a list of methods. There are different methods present in math object methods. The benefit of using these object methods is that it's way easier to write these 8 characters. Suppose we are using the math.sqrt method. It is easier to use this method instead of creating a whole new function. So that's why we use the math object methods in JavaScript. So object literals method in JavaScript are defined as a comma separated list of name value pairs wrapped nicely in curly braces. So we already came across this method in the previous video when we talked about defining objects in JavaScript, right? So we are talking again about this method because in the following video where we will be discussing constructors in JavaScript, I want you guys to understand this method thoroughly so that it will be easy for you guys to understand the difference between the object literal method and the constructor method. So this method is all about wrapping up of all the data of an object in a nice and tidy way. So the object literal method is one way of creating an object, right? And the object constructor method is another way of creating an object. So let's discuss the advantages of using the object literal method. So the first advantage of using the object literal method is we don't have to create an empty object. So what we can do is we can directly add properties and behaviors while creating the object. So let's take an example wherein we will print the area and the parameter of a rectangle. So we'll create an object first. So let's say we are defining an object and here we will write var and the name of the object will be, let's say, rect1 because we are printing the area and the parameter of a rectangle. Then we have a pair of curly braces for the body of an object. So here we are with an object which is named as rect1. And now let's say we have two properties which are the length and the width of a rectangle. So let's define them as well. So we'll write the property name and so let's say the first property is length. So this is the first property and then we'll use colon. So here one thing to notice is we are using colon in place of equals to assign a value, right? We are assigning a value to this length property and let's say the value is 5 and then it will be followed by a comma. Then we'll write here the next property. Let's say width is the next property and we'll again use colon and let's say the value of width is 10 and then we'll separate this key value pair. So one thing here to notice is that we are using the key value pair. So here in this case, the keys are length and width, and the values for these keys are 5 and 10. So remember this guys, because we need them in following videos. So let's move ahead and we'll declare the methods as well. I hope you guys are aware of the syntax for how to use a method within an object. So let's define here the methods as well. So we'll use two methods, one for the area and the another one for parameter. So let's say the method for area is getArea, and then we'll use colon, and then we'll write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So what this getArea method will return is, it will return the area of the rectangle, right? So it will return, so the area of rectangle is, let me write it here. So the area of rectangle is length into width, or we'll write here W. So it will return this dot length into this dot width, right? So one thing to notice here is we are using the this keyword again. So this keyword refers to the object it belongs to. So here in this program, this will refer to the object basically, right? Here in this case, it refers to object rect1. So let's use the other method as well. The next method will be getParameter. And then we'll use the colon, then we have the function keyword and the body of this method. So what this particular method will return is, it will return the parameter of a rectangle. So the parameter of a rectangle is 2 into length plus width, or we can say 2 into length plus 2 into width. So here in this case, it will return 2 into this dot length plus 2 into this dot width, right? So let's print these values as well. So we'll write here document.write, and we'll print all the four properties, or we can say we'll print the length, then we'll print the width, and then we'll print the area of the rectangle, and finally we'll print the parameter, right? So let's say we are using the h2 tag here to make it more clear for you guys. So here we will write, the first sentence will be the length of rectangle is, and then we'll print the value of length. Then finally we'll use the h2 tag again. Now we'll copy this statement and we'll print it 4 times, because we want to print all the 4 values, right? We want to print the length, width, area and parameter. So we'll write here width, and here in the next line we will print the area, and finally we'll print the parameter, right? So we'll change the values as well. So here we have two properties, the length and the width, and then we have two methods. The first one is getArea and the second one is getParameter. So here we are done with our printing process. So let's save this program now and see. Here we have 4 values. The length of rectangle is 5, as we have given the value 5, and then we have the width as 10, and then we have the area as 50, because area is length into width, which is 10 into 5 or 5 into 10, 50. And then finally we have the parameter, which is 2 into length, which is 10, and then we have 2 into 10, that is 20, because width is 10, right? So 20 plus 10, 30. So the parameter of rectangle is 30. So we discussed this method again to make it more clear to you guys. Whenever we are working with a single object, or when we know everything about the properties and the behavior of an object, we should always use the object literal method. That's because this method runs faster and we have to write minimum code while using the object literal method. So we discussed this method to clarify to you guys that when we use constructors in JavaScript, that is in the following video, it should not create any sort of confusion or such thing. So let's create a function here first. So let's say we have a function named something, and then we have open and close round bracket and the body of the function. So what this something function will do, that it will print a string on the browser. So let's suppose we are using a document.write, and the string we are going to use is a basic string which we used in our previous program, that is welcome to SimpliCode. So this is our basic function which will print welcome to SimpliCode on the browser. If we call this function using the setInterval method, so this setInterval method will print this string on the browser repeatedly. Let's use the setInterval method here. So the syntax for using the setInterval method is we have to write here setInterval, and we have to give two parameters. The first one is the function name. So we'll write here something and we'll call the function. Then after a comma, we have to mention the time here, which is in milliseconds. So 1000 here means 1 second. So let's say we are using 2000 milliseconds. So we'll write here 2000. And this 2000 refers to those 2 seconds of interval between the strings that will be printed again. So let's save this program, and here after 2 seconds you can see it's printing welcome to SimpliCode. So after every 2 seconds it will print this string. So let's do one thing. Let's use the h1 tag here. So guys, we have used the h1 tag here. What we are going to do, we use the h1 tag because it will make it more easy for you guys to understand. So let's save it now. And see, after 2 seconds it will print welcome to SimpliCode on the browser. Then again after 2 seconds the same string will be printed again, then again and again, and so on and so forth. So I explained this function right now because we are going to use this function today in a program. So let's move ahead and have a look at the date object now. So we'll go deep in the date object now. First thing is, while creating a date object, we have to keep in mind that in JavaScript we have 4 different ways to create a date object. So we'll discuss them one by one. The first way is to use the new date constructor. So we'll comment this program and let's save this program now. Let's have a look at the example of how to use the new date constructor. So what we'll do, we'll create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where now, and we'll create a date object. So we'll write here new date. And this is the first way of how to create a date object. So we'll write here new date, and then what we'll do, we'll write document dot write and we'll print now. So creating the date object will return the weekday, month, date, year, time, and the local time zone. So let's print this on the browser and let's save it. And here you can see it. It shows everything. It shows the weekday, it shows the month, it shows date, year, time, and the local time zone as well, right? So the date object is a static object. It means that the computer time will change, right? So whatever time it is right now, it will change after few seconds, but the date object will remain the same once called. So once we have called this function, the time here will remain the same. It will not change according to the browser's time. So that's where we can use the setInterval method to update the time again and again after a specific interval of time. So the following way to create the date object is by providing the parameters to the previous function. So what we'll do, we'll provide here parameters to this new date method. So let's change this date object here only. What we will do is we'll use new date and we'll provide these parameters. So we'll provide the parameters as the first parameter will be the year, the second one will be month, the third one will be day, and the next one will be hour. So whatever value we want to assign as hour. So there are 7 basic parameters. So the 7 basic parameters are year, month, day, hour, minute, and second and millisecond. So the order remains the same. Suppose we are providing all the 7 parameters, then those 7 parameters will be taken accordingly. It's not like we can give the day first and then we move ahead and provide the year or a month. So if we want to print all the 7, so what we have to do is we have to provide all the 7 parameters. Let's say we are providing all the 7 and the last one will be 0. So let's save it now. So you can see here the year is 2018. So we have used here 0, so the month will be January. One thing to keep in mind is if we are writing 0, it will take as January. So if we want to print December, we have to use here 11 instead of 0. So if we write here 11, it will print December. So you can see here December is the 11th month, because the month is starting from 0 in this case. So next up we have the day as well. We have Monday, and we have the time as 10:33 and 30 seconds. So it's 10 hours, 33 minutes and 30 seconds. And finally it has the local time zone. So that's how the new date constructor work with all the parameters. Suppose if we want to print only 5 of these values. So these 5 values will be year, month, day, hour and minute. So what we'll do is we'll remove these 2 values, and if we save it now, so here you can see instead of the seconds it will print 00, because the default value of seconds will be 00 in this case. The fun part here is we have to provide at least 2 parameters here. If we try to put only one parameter, that is the year value, it will take it as a millisecond. So if we try to write here only 2018, so this is the year basically, right? So what we are expecting is it will print the year, but this is not what is going to happen. So if we save it now, you can see here it shows 1970, January 1, 1970. So this is actually the third way of creating the new date constructor, in which we give millisecond as the parameter. So the last way we have to create the new date constructor is we have to use the new date along with the string here. So let's understand this with the help of an example first. So let's use here a string. What we'll do is we'll write here October 13, 2014, and we'll give it the time as 11 hours, 30 minutes and 34 seconds. Let's save it now, and here you can see it shows the day Monday on October 13th, 2014, and the time is 11 hours, 30 minutes and 34 seconds along with the local time zone. So that's the fourth way of how to create a new date object from the provided string. Here you can see in the output it created a new date object from the provided string. So these are the 4 ways to create a new date object. Moving on, let's talk about the methods present within the date object. So just like we had methods for the math object, similarly in the date object methods are also present. In fact, more than 40 different methods are present within the date object. So here's the list of methods present within the date object. We have a list of methods having a variety of usage. So you can pause the video and take a screenshot, or if you want to note them down, you can do it as well. It's totally up to you guys. But these are the methods we have in the date object. So we have the get method, and then if we talk about, we have the set methods as well. So these are the methods and they have different functions. So you can see here, like the set date method, we can use it to set the day of the month for a specified date according to the local time. So similarly, we have many more methods, like we have more than 40 methods as we mentioned it earlier. So these are the basic 40 methods we have in the date object. So you can take a note of these methods and you can use them later. So we can't go through each of these methods, but we'll go through a few essential methods which we might need ahead in this particular course. So let's comment this as well. So what we'll do now is we'll create a program, a basic clock we can say, using few methods. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create a function. This function will print the current time on the browser. So let's say we have a function, and let's say the function name is clock, and we have the opening and closing round brackets and the body of the function. Moving ahead, we will create a variable and a new date object. Let's do it first. Let's say we are using a variable cd, and what we'll do, we'll create a new date object. So we'll write here new date. So we have created a new date object. Remember, we have different ways to create a new date object, right? We'll be using the first one here. What it does is it will grab the current time and date and store it in a variable called cd. So now the variable called cd holds the current date and current time. this variable cd actually contains a lot of information, right? But we need access to only specific values like the hours, minutes and second, because we want to make a clock, right? So we need hours, minutes and seconds only. So that's where methods come into place. So let's declare a few variables first and then we'll use the methods. So we'll declare here 3 variables. Let's say the first variable is var hours and the second variable is var minutes and the third variable is var seconds. So we have these 3 variables now. The next thing we are going to do is we'll use the methods for these 3 variables. So if we want to take the value of hours from the new date object, what we have to do is we have to use a method, and the method is get hours. So how to use this method? We'll access the value of hours from the variable cd, because remember the cd variable holds a lot of information, like it holds whole information about date, current time and everything about that. So we'll use here var get hours. So similarly for minutes we'll use get minutes. And for seconds we have to use get seconds. So these are the 3 basic methods we are going to use in this particular program. So one thing to keep in mind is this method works with 24-hour format. So 3 PM will be stored as 15 in the variable hours. Similarly for the variables minutes and seconds we have 2 methods, right? We have the get minutes and the get seconds method. So the current value of minutes will be stored inside the minutes variable and the current value of seconds in the computer will be stored inside the seconds variable. The value of these variables will change every time we call the program, right? Every time it will print the current hour, minute and second. Now all we have to do is we have to print this time on the browser. So what we'll do is we'll use document.write and we'll print here. Let's say we are using the h2 tag. We'll print here hours, then we have to use the colon, then we have to print the minutes, and then again we'll use colon, and then finally we have seconds. So we'll close the h2 tag here, and now so we are done with printing the time on a browser. The final thing we have to do is we have to call this clock function, right? So let's save this program now and see here it says 22:22:50. It means 11 hours 22 minutes and 50 seconds. It's 11 PM, right? So because we are using the 24-hour format. One thing you might notice that the time we have in a browser is static, which means it is not changing. So for that we have to use the set interval function. Let's use it here so that the time will change after every second. So if we want to do it, what we have to do is we have to use the set interval here. So the set interval method, we have to call the clock function and then we have to provide the time after which it will be printed. So let's save it now, and here you can see after every 1 second the time is being printed on the browser. So it was 51, then 52, then 53, 4 and so on. So guys, these are some basic methods present within the date object in JavaScript. We have a lot of such methods present in JavaScript. We have already seen them in the video. If you want to use them, you can do it. That's quite easy to use them. In the previous videos, we discussed the object literal method of creating an object, right? We discussed the advantages of using that method. This is the program we made in the previous video. So here we use the object literal method of creating an object. We created an object for rectangle and this object will print the area and perimeter of a rectangle, right? So today we will be discussing 2 other ways of creating an object. So in JavaScript, we can use constructor in 2 different ways. We will be discussing both of them. The first one we will discuss is the object constructor method, and the other way of doing so is by using the constructor function. We have already discussed the constructor function in the previous video wherein we took the example of a car, but we'll go through it once again so that there will be no confusion between all the methods of creating an object in JavaScript. So let's move ahead and we'll go through the object constructor method now. So the syntax for creating an empty object using the object constructor method goes like this. We'll write the var keyword followed by the object name. Then we have the equals to sign, and the equals to sign is followed by the new keyword and object with a capital O. So this is the syntax of creating an empty object by using the object constructor method. So you guys have to remember this syntax, and it will remain the same every time we use the object constructor method. So this object here, so this object is the constructor. What this will do is it will create an instance for this object and assign it to the object name. So whatever object we are creating here, it will assign it to this object, through which we can write and access other properties of the object. So let's move on and we'll create an object first. Let's say we are creating the same program we did in the previous tutorial, wherein we printed the area and the perimeter of a rectangle. So we'll use the same program so that there will be no confusion. Let's move ahead and create an empty object now. So the syntax will be like, we'll write the object name as, let's say, rect2, and then we have the new keyword along with the object and opening and closing round brackets. So this is our empty object. So this statement is the same as, like, if you remember in the last video when we created an object using the object literal method. So we created it like, we wrote var keyword along with the object name, and then we have a pair of curly braces. So both these statements are same. What we did is we created an empty object in both the cases. So after creating an empty object, the next thing we'll do is we'll add properties and behaviors to that object. So let's move on and we'll add two properties, which are length and the width of a rectangle, and then we'll add methods as well. So how to add properties to an object? We'll write here the object name dot property name. So the object name here is rect2 and the property name will be length equals to, the value of length will be, let's say, 5. And the second property we have is the width, and we'll write here rect2 dot width, and the value for this will be, let's say, 10. So we are done with the properties here. Next up, we'll add the methods as well. So let's add the two methods as well in this object. Our two methods are the getArea and the getPerimeter method. The syntax for adding methods to an object goes like this. We are adding a method getArea, right? So we'll write here the object name dot method name. So let's say our method name is getArea, followed by an equals to sign, and we'll write here function and then the body of the method. So this getArea method will return the area of a rectangle, right? So we'll use this keyword again as we did in the last video. By now I hope you guys are aware of this keyword. So we'll write here return this dot length into this dot width. So this method will return the area of a rectangle. Next up, we have another method, which is, we'll write here rect2 dot get perimeter for printing the perimeter of a rectangle. So we'll again write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So this method will return the perimeter. So the perimeter of rectangle goes like 2 into length plus 2 into width. So here we are done with the object. Next up, we'll print these values on the browser. So we'll use the same code for printing which we used in the previous video. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. So what we have to change here is we have to change the name of our object. So we'll write here rect2 in place of rect1, and we are good to go. Let's save this. So here you can see we have made a mistake here. So you can see that it is not printing the perimeter of a rectangle, right? So the mistake here is we forgot to mention this keyword here. So we'll write here this dot length and this dot width. So let's save this now and see, we have the length, width, area and perimeter of the rectangle. So the area is 10 into 5, which is 50, and the perimeter is 2 into 10 plus 2 into 5. So 20 plus 10 equals to 30. So we have the perimeter here as well. And if you guys remember, we had the same output in the previous video as well. So the difference between the object constructor method and the object literal method is almost negligible, right? The main difference is at the initial part of the code. So the main difference lies here. The syntax is bit different. In the object literal method, we used curly braces, and in the object constructor method, we use the parenthesis. Of course, there are some more minor differences, but the code looks almost the same in the end. So the advantage of the literal object method over the object constructor method is it is easy to use syntax wise. Also, it executes faster than this method because we define all the properties and methods at a single place while defining the object, right? So this is the difference between the object literal method and the object constructor method. So we'll comment this program now, and let's move ahead and discuss another way of creating an object, which is the constructor function method. This way of creating an object is a bit different from the other two ways which we discussed till now. It is used when we work with multiple instances of an object. It works like we have a template and we can access that template using multiple objects. So if we want to make more than one object and we don't want to write the code again and again for each object, we can use this method when we have more than one object. If you guys remember, like in the previous video where we took the example of a car, we created an object car and then we created multiple instances wherein we use those instances for different car manufacturers. Let's take a look at this method first, and then we'll discuss the advantages of using this method as well. So as the name suggests, the method starts with function, and then we'll write the name of the function. Let's say we have rect, and then inside the opening and closing round brackets, we'll pass the properties as parameters. So let's take a look. We'll write here length, comma, width. So we have these two properties only, and then we have the body of the function. So inside the function's body, we'll write the properties and we'll use this keyword here. What we'll do is we'll use this dot property name equals to property name. So we'll write here this dot length equals to length. So this is the syntax for adding any property to a function. What we just did is whenever we are going to create an object using this constructor function method, we'll pass certain values. We'll pass the length and the width, right? So all these values will be present at the RHS. So all these values will be present here, and this dot length will be the actual property of the object. So let's move ahead and add the second property as well. We'll write here this dot width equals to width. So we had two methods as well, right? Let's add them here inside the constructor function. We'll use this keyword again. We'll write here this dot get area, and we'll write here function with opening and closing round brackets and the body of the function. So this method will again return the area of a rectangle. So we'll write here return length into width. So there's a difference in these two methods. So here we use the this keyword here, and in the previous method we used the this keyword inside the method, right? So there's a difference in these two methods. So now what we'll do, we'll add another method. So the next method is this dot get parameter, and the syntax will be the same. We'll write here function, then the body of the function. So we'll write return 2 into length plus 2 into width. So here we are done with the constructor function. Now all we have to do is we have to create an object and we'll pass the parameters as well. So let's say we are creating an object here. For that we have to write here var and the object name. So let's say the object name is R1, and after the equals to we have to write the new keyword and the name of the function. So we'll write here rect3 and we'll pass the parameters. So let's say the parameters are 5 and 10 because we used these parameters in other two videos as well. So we'll write here 5 and 10. Let's suppose we want to print the area and parameter. So here we are done with the printing part. So what we are printing is we are printing the area of the rectangle and the perimeter of the rectangle. So we have called these two methods using the object name. So we have written here r1.getArea and r1.getPerimeter. Similarly, if we want to print the length and width, we can do that as well. What we have to do is we have to write document.write, and let's say we are printing them simply. We'll write here r1.length, and then we'll copy this. We'll write here width. So here we are done with the total process, and now we'll save this program and see we have the values here. The value of length is 5 because we have passed the parameter as 5, and then we have the value of width which is 10, and this is also because of the parameter. Then we have the area of rectangle which is 10 into 5, so it is 50, and then we have the perimeter as 30. So the advantage of using this method is we can create more objects. If we want to add one more object here, let's say we are using var r2 and we want to print, let's say the parameters are different here. Let's say we are giving as 4 and 10, or let's say we are giving in 4 and 8. So what we have to do is we have to copy all this and we have to change the value here, as instead of r1 we'll use r2. Here again we'll use r2, and then we have to update the value of r2 here, and we are good to go now. So let's save this program and see we have the values for other object as well. So here we have 4 as length, and then we have 8 as width, and the area is 8 into 4 which is 32, and the parameter is 2 into 8 which is 16, and 2 into 4 which is 8. So 16 plus 8 is 24. So I hope you guys got this. I hope you guys understood the advantages of using the constructor function. So the main advantage is that only that we can create more than one object by using this method. So let's move ahead, and today we will discuss a completely new topic, which is prototypes in JavaScript. So for this video we are going to use console for printing. That's because it will be easy for you guys to understand the concept of prototypes if we use the console instead of using a normal document.write method. So let me do one thing, guys. We'll print a statement on the console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print, let's say, welcome to SimpliCode. So let's save this, and if we open console here in our browser, we have to go to inspect and then we have to go to console, and here you can see we have welcome to SimpliCode written over here. So in the last video we talked about creating an object with the help of object literal method, right? So let's suppose we are creating an object here with the help of same object literal method. So what we have to do, we have to create an empty object first. So let's say our object name is ABC, and we'll use the curly braces here. So what we have to do is we have to pass the properties here. So let's suppose our properties are name, and the value of name, let's say Kaushal, followed by a comma, and then we have, let's say, subject. Value of subject will be, let's say, JavaScript, and then finally we have the address. So let's say the value of address is Bangalore, right? This is a basic object we made, right? If we write here console.log ABC, so if we want to print this object on the console, so what we'll do here, we'll write console.log and then we'll use ABC. So let's save this now, and here you can see on the console that we have our object here. So we have our object with all the three properties. We have address as Bangalore, we have name as Kaushal, and subject as JavaScript. So if you guys look here carefully, you will notice that we have one more entity here, that is we have __ proto. So what is this __ proto? So alright, we mentioned all the other three properties in our object, but we didn't do anything for this __ proto. So let's discuss this now. Let's take a scenario wherein someone told us to create a website. Like, let's suppose we have to make a travel website through which people can book their travel destinations. Now, do we have to start creating the website from scratch? No, that's because we have some of the necessary conditions already fulfilled. Like, we have Chrome, we already have Bootstrap for styling and all, and we can use Bootstrap to design a website, right? So we have certain things already present and we have to work over them to create our website. Similarly, prototype refers to the destination from where we started to create an object. Like, we have methods for arrays, we have objects and strings as well. So all these methods are being inherited from somewhere. So whenever we create an object using the object literal method, then it will start creating the object from the object.prototype. So if we click here on the __ proto, we have access to a list of methods already present within the object.prototype. So, and all of them are predefined. We can use any of them. We didn't define them. They are already present. We defined only these three properties. Like, we defined address, name and subject only. In simple words, all JavaScript objects inherits properties and methods from a prototype. Date objects inherit from date.prototype. And similarly, when we use array objects, they inherit from array.prototype. So the object.prototype is on the top of the prototype inheritance chain. So date objects, array objects and person objects, all these objects inherit their properties from object.prototype. So moving on now, let's create another object. So we talked about the object literal method. So here we don't have too much to do. So let's move ahead and we'll create another object. This time we'll create it with the help of a constructor function. So let's create a function here first. Let's say we have a function named as function xyz. So then we have the parameters as name, and then we'll take all these three properties. We'll take name, subject and let's say address. So then we have the body of the function inside which we'll use this keyword. We'll write here this dot name equals to name. Similarly, this dot address equals to address. And finally we have this dot subject equals to subject. So we'll create an instance now. Let's say we are creating an object. Let's say our object name is where x1, and we'll write here new, and then we'll write xyz and we'll pass the values. So let's say the name is Kaushal and we have subject as, let's change the subject, we'll write here Java, and we finally have the address. Let's say the address is Earth. Okay, so the values are different from the previous example we took. What we'll do now, we'll write here console.log and we'll print x1 now. So we are done creating an object, and here we have a constructor function named xyz, and then we have few properties which are the same as we used in the previous example. So then we have an object named x1 which holds the values for all three properties, and lastly we printed the object on the console. So let's save it now, and we can see here in console we have the object with all the properties. There's almost no difference here from the object literal method, right? But when we click here on the proto, here we can encounter the difference now. You can see here we have one more entity here named as the constructor. So this constructor here has its own prototype. So this constructor here has its own prototype. If we use a constructor in a program, it always has its own prototype. This might seem a bit difficult to you guys, but don't worry, it will be apparent to you guys once we move on to the usage and modifications of prototype. So here we are with the two examples. In the first one, we created an object with the help of object literal method. There we saw that it has only a single prototype. That is the object prototype. Later, when we moved on to the constructor function method, we realized that there are two different prototypes present. One is the prototype which is available every time. That is the object.prototype, and the other one is the constructor's own prototype. It might sound a little hard to you guys, but prototype is nothing but it refers to the point from where it all started, from where we have inherited all the properties. So we can make changes to the prototype of our own object. Like if we want to add something to our prototype, we can do it. We have a method for that in JavaScript. We'll do it later in this video. We can't make changes to the object prototype. Remember this thing, guys. I'll suggest you not to edit the object.prototype because it's not a good practice to make changes in that. If we want to edit any prototype, then we have to make sure that we are making changes in our own prototype that we made with the help of constructors. The prototype made by us is also inherited from the object.prototype. If we want to make another prototype here, we can do it. Like if we are going to add utility functions to our program, but at the same time, we don't want to do anything with the properties of our constructor function. We can make another prototype for that. We can create a prototype for separate method. So if we want to add a method in this constructor function, we can do it. We can add it separately with the help of prototypes. So for that, we have to follow a syntax, a particular syntax. We can do it this way, like we have to write here xyz dot prototype, and then we have to write the method name. Let's say we are writing here get name. Fine. We'll write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So let's suppose this method returns the name. So we'll write here return this dot name. So if we try to run this program now, we can see there's no difference from the previous one. But if we check the prototypes now, so here you can see we have another prototype named as get name. So this is how we can edit the prototype of our object. Now if we try to access this get name method with the help of x1 object, so we can do it. So let's try to do it on console. We'll write here x1 dot get name, and see, here we have the output as Kaushal. Similarly, let's create one more prototype here to remove any sort of confusion. So what we'll do, we'll create another prototype. So let's say we are creating a prototype for address now. So what we'll do, we'll write here xyz dot prototype dot get address. So it will be a method. So we'll write here function. We don't have to pass any parameters here. So let's suppose it returns the value of address. So we'll write here this dot address, and we are good to go. So let's save it now. And if we go to underscore proto, we can see we have one more prototype here named as get address. So what we have to do now is we'll make another object. Let's say we are copying this from here. We'll paste it here. So let's change the values. Let's say we write here Mars, and then we have, let's change the subject basically because we are looking for the subject. So let's change this value as well. Let's say we have here SimpliCode, and we'll change the name of the object. Let's say we have x2 now. Save it, and if we write here x2 dot, let's say get name. So here you can see the output as SimpliCode. Similarly, if we write here instead of get name, we write here get address. So here you can see the output as Mars because the value we passed while creating the object is Mars here. So we can access this value directly using the prototype method. So if we use the object constructor function, if you guys remember, we cannot add a new property to an existing object. For example, if we try to add a property here, let's say if we try to add a property to this existing function, what we can write here is xyz dot grades. Let's say the grade is A. So if we save this now, here you can see there's nothing changed here. So we don't have any change in the prototypes, or we don't have any changes in the properties as well. So we simply can't add a property to an existing function like this, but we have a method for this also. So to add a new property to a constructor, we must add it to the constructor function, or we can use the prototype property here as well. So the JavaScript prototype property allows us to add new properties to a object constructor. Just like we added the methods to our constructor function previously, similarly we can add properties as well. So we have to write here, so we'll remove this line. We have to write here xyz dot prototype, and then we have to write the property name here. Let's say we are writing here grades, and then we'll pass the value. Let's say the grade is A. So if we save this now, and if we go back here and if we check the __ proto, so here you can see we have a property here named as grades and the value is A. So if we try to print x1 dot grade in our console, so the output will be A. So let's try to do it here. We'll write here x2 dot grades, and here you can see the value is A here. So we can add a property to an existing constructor function with the help of prototype methods. So this is the basic usage of prototypes in JavaScript. We can use prototypes to add a property or a method to an already existing constructor function. So let's start with the programming part. So guys, whenever we create an object with a method, like we can create an object with the help of object literal method, or we can do the same with the help of constructor function method as well, right? Then we have a prototype every time. You might have noticed it. We have been through it in the past few videos. So every time we create an object, we notice that it has a prototype. Now what we will do here is we'll create a prototype. So the syntax will be like, so we'll write here const. We are using const in place of variable. I hope you guys are aware of const, var and let keywords. So today we are using here const. So let's say the prototype name is employee. We'll write here equals to, and then we have the body of the prototype. Let's do one thing. Now we'll use a method. Let's say the method name is post of the employee, and we'll write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So let's say this function returns a string. So we'll write here return, and let's say the function returns a software developer. And then we have another function named as change name, and we'll write here function, will pass a parameter, and then we have the body of this method. So we'll write here this dot name is equal to name, and we are good to go, right? So what we did here is we created a prototype of the name employee, and it has two functions. One is the employee's post, and the other one is to change the name. So let's save this program and check it in the console if it has any errors. So let's save it now, and we'll go here and check on the console. So here you can see everything is fine. So till now we created a prototype. Now let's create an object as well. So what we'll do, we'll create an object here. We'll write here, let's say var, and let's say the object name is even. So we'll create an object with the help of object dot create method. Okay, so we have to write here dot. So we have to pass the prototype name. So we'll write here employee, and then what we'll do, we'll print this on a console. So we'll write here console.log, and we'll write here even, let's say. So we created an object even with the help of object.create method. Let's save it and check it on the console. If we see here, we don't have anything else other than a single prototype, right? We have a single prototype here. We have no method mentioned. So if we open it, we have the two methods, of course. We have post and we have change name. But if we write here, let's say we are writing here even.name, and the value of name will be, let's say, Kaushal. And then we'll assign a role as well. Let's say these are the two new properties. We'll write here even.role, and let's say the role of Kaushal is writer. Fine. And if we save it and check it again on the console, now what we did is we changed the name and role, right? So these are the two properties. We have both name as Kaushal and role as writer. Now let's see if we can use the methods here as well. So we'll write here, let's say we are using the method even dot change name. What we'll do here is we'll change the name from Kaushal to something else. Let's say we are going to change the name as Ram. So if we save this now, So here you can see the name is changed to Ram. Initially the name was Kaushal, and when we use the change name method, now you can see here the name is changed to Ram. So this means that the methods we defined inside the prototype are working, right? Now let's say we want to create another object here. We created an object even till now. We assigned some properties to it and we changed the name and printed it on the console. Now let me tell you guys an alternate way to do so. So what we'll do is we'll copy this line from here, because the syntax of that method also looks a bit same. So the syntax will remain the same till here. So we'll paste it here. What we'll do next is we'll pass a few arguments here. So let's pass the arguments first, then I'll explain it to you guys. So what we are going to do is we are going to use curly braces for arguments, and we are going to write here, let's say name, and the value of name will be, we are going to write here value, and we'll pass the value as, let's say, Kaushal 2, right? So we'll use a comma here, then we'll use role, and we'll pass the value of role as well. So let's say the value of role is programmer now, right? Put a comma here. Now I know the syntax is a bit complicated, but this is the reason why classes were introduced in ES6. So this is the reason we'll be using classes in future, but going through this syntax will make the next one easier for you guys. So we have created an object here with the object.create method, and we passed few arguments here. So we have name, and the value of name we want it to be Kaushal 2, and the value of role we want it to be programmer. So if we copy this from here, or let's say if we copy these two lines from here, if we cut these two lines from here and we'll paste it here. So if you see here, we have two objects of the same name. We have var even, and here also we have var even. Now both these syntaxes are doing the same thing, that is creating an object of the same name. Suppose if we comment this first object, let's say we are commenting this one, and we'll also comment this line. If we save this now and if we see on our console, so here you can see we have the name as Kaushal 2 and role as programmer. So these two syntaxes are doing exactly the same thing. The only thing to notice here is if we use this line with this syntax, if we use even.changeName, and if we save this now, you can see it is not working in this case, right? So if we want to do it, we have to write some more code. So what we have to do is we have to write here writable, and we have to pass the value as true. So what we are doing is we are allowing this method to change the name from Kaushal 2 to Ram. So if we save it now, here you can see the name is Ram now. Earlier it was Kaushal 2, and now this is working totally fine, right? So both the syntaxes are doing the same things, as we can see here. The reason behind going through this is we need the syntax of creating objects later in this video. So I hope you guys understood it. Now moving ahead, let's take a look at prototypal inheritance. So what we are going to do is we are going to comment this code. So we are going to comment all this, and we are going to write a new one for prototypal inheritance. Let's say we have a constructor function. So let's create a constructor function first. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here, let's say we are going to create the same function. We'll take the same example of employee, right? So we'll write here function employee, and we'll pass the properties here. Let's say we are writing here name, and the another one is ID, and the last property is salary of the employee, right? So next up we have the body of the constructor. So we'll write inside here this dot name is equal to name, then we have this dot id equals to id, then we have this dot salary equals to salary, right? So we know this already, right? We'll now add a method to the prototype of the employee. So we'll write here, we'll write outside this constructor, we'll write here employee dot prototype dot post. Let's say the name of the method is post. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So let's say this returns the post of the employee. What we'll do is we'll write here return, and it will return the name plus post of the employee, right? So we'll write here this dot name plus bit of space, and then again we'll write here is a content creator, let's say, right? So we are done with the method here. As you can see, what we did here is we created a constructor employee and added a function that returns this string upon calling. So we haven't done anything extra till now. Let's create an object now. So we'll write here, let's say we are creating an object var Kaushal, and what we'll do is we'll write here new underscore employee, and we'll pass the values here. So let's say the values are Kaushal and the ID is 4. Let's say this is the ID 3432 or whatever it is, and the salary let's say is 10,000. Okay. So the next thing is we'll write here console.log, and we'll print the value of Kaushal on a console. So let's save it now, and here you can see we have all the properties here. We have ID as 3432, name as Kaushal, and salary as 10,000. Here if you see inside Proto, you can see here we have a method here, name as post, and we have constructor as employee, and then we have object as well. Now if we call the prototype post with this object, so what we have to do is we have to write here in console, we'll write here Kaushal dot post, and here you can see we have the output as Kaushal is a content creator. Till now it's fine, right? We did small things which we learned in the previous few videos. So let's suppose we have another employee named Arun, and let's assume he's also a content creator, but he's a master in JavaScript as well. So we want to mention it here along with all these properties. We have name, ID, and salary, which we will inherit from this employee constructor, and apart from that we'll add another property which is the subject, or which is the language property. So we have to create a new constructor here for it. So what we'll do is we'll write here function, and then we'll write the name of this constructor. So let's say the name is function programmer. So we'll write here name, we'll pass all the properties. We'll write here name, ID, salary, and finally we have the language, right? Then we have the body of the constructor. The first three properties will remain the same, right? Only subject or language, we have added language here, so only language will be added. Now we'll inherit these properties from employee. Before the concept of class was introduced, inheritance was based on prototypes only. So we'll see the concept of classes in the upcoming video. So here what we are going to do is we are going to call this employee constructor. So we'll write here employee dot call, and we'll pass the properties which we want to inherit. So we'll write here first this, and first we have to write the this keyword, and then we have to write other properties. So we'll write here name, ID, salary. What we did is we called the function employee and asked it to provide all the three mentioned properties to the function programmer. We'll set the value of language by ourselves. We'll write here this dot language equals to language. Now if we create an object for the constructor programmer, what it will do is it will take all the properties from the employee and language will be added to those properties. Let's do it first. So we'll create an object here. We'll write here where, let's say the object name is Arun, and we'll write here new programmer, and we'll pass the values. Let's say the name is Arun, ID is 4321, and salary is let's say 12,000, and finally we have to add the subject here as well, or we can say language. So let's say the language is JavaScript. Next thing we are going to do is we are going to print this on console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print Arun. Right, let's save it and see here we have all the properties available with the provided values. We have name as Arun, we have ID as 4321, salary as 12,000, and language is JavaScript. So this is how we can inherit the properties in the derived constructor from the base constructor. The base constructor is the employee and the derived is a programmer. So coming back to the console, we can see here we have all the 4 properties, right? 3 of them are inherited and the last one was assigned by us. But I don't know if you guys noticed here that we have the properties only of the constructor. So we don't have any method here, right? So if we see here, we don't have any method of constructor employee, because here you can see we have a method as post, and if we see here we don't have any method. So if we write here, let's say if we write here in our console, we are writing here, let's say arun.post, and we'll run it. So here you can see it says arun.post is not a function, right? This is because the prototype post is not assigned to the constructor programmer. For that we have to write some extra code. We have to write here, so we have to write here programmer dot prototype equals to object dot create, and we have to mention the employee prototype. So we'll write here employee dot prototype, right? So save it now, and here you can see now if we go to __ proto, we have post as a method here. So if we write here arun.post now, so here you can see it says Arun is a content creator. So we have to provide the prototypes manually as well. Let me show you guys one more thing now. See here, it is not showing the constructor. If we click here on the proto, so we don't have any constructor here named as programmer. So we have to set the constructor as well. We have to set it manually, and to set the constructor manually, we have to write here after this line, we have to write here programmer dot prototype dot constructor equals to programmer. If we save this program now, and if we go back to our console and if we check here, you can see we have a constructor named as programmer now. So you guys might be thinking that we have to work a lot for all this inheritance, right? The fact is we actually had to do it before ES6 was introduced. Now if you want to do the same with the help of classes, the syntax will be so easy. We'll go through it in the next video. A class is nothing but a template used for creating objects in JavaScript. Just like the constructor function, we can also use classes for creating object in JavaScript. We can include properties and behaviors in a class. Creating a class is a pretty easy job to do. The syntax is somewhat the same as that of a constructor function. So let's move on to the programming part. If you guys are coming from any other object-oriented programming language, like we have C++, Java, PHP, and many more object-oriented programming language, right? So you may have an idea about classes. The syntax for classes in JavaScript is also not so different from other languages. Don't worry if you are going through classes for the first time. We'll have a look at classes. So let's move on to the syntax. And to declare a class, we use the class keyword followed by the name of the class and the body of the class. So we'll write here class. So this is the keyword we use for the declaration of a class. Then we have the name of the class. So let's say we have the name as student here. And then we use curly braces for the body of the class. So this is an empty class named as student. We know that this student has a name, age, roll number, and many more properties, right? So the next thing we are going to do is we can define the properties here only. In fact, the syntax for defining properties is also the same as we had in the constructor function. So let's define the properties first. So let's say we have 3 properties here: name, age, and roll number. So we'll write here this dot name is equals to name, and then we have this dot age is equals to age, and the last property is this dot roll number. So let's say we are writing here roll, so equals to roll. So we have all the 3 properties of student. We have name, age, and roll number. So we have to create a constructor here which will be executed while we create an object, or we can say an instance of this class. So the syntax for creating a constructor will go like, we have to write here constructor, and we have to pass all these three arguments here. We have to pass name, then we have age, and then we have a roll number. So all these three arguments we have to pass here, and also these properties will be kept inside the body of this constructor. So this is the basic syntax of how we are going to create a class in JavaScript. So we have all the three properties here. We have name, we have age, and we have roll number. If you guys notice here, the syntax for the constructor function looks a bit similar to the syntax of the constructor function method, which we came across in the previous few videos, right? So what we are doing is we created a class first with the name student. Then we defined all the properties of this class inside the constructor. So by now things are going easy, right? That's because the syntax for classes is relatively easy to use compared to other methods. Also, we don't have to write code manually for different things. We will understand it much better while working on inheritance. So let's move on, and we will add some methods to this class now. The syntax for adding a method is super simple, guys. We don't have to write here a function name followed by a colon and then we have the function keyword. No, we'll just write here the function name and parenthesis. So to add a method here, we'll write here, let's say we are adding a method organization. So let's say we have a method org. Okay, so we have to write org and a pair of round brackets. That's all. This is the syntax for defining a method in classes. So let's say we want this function to return a string along with the name of the student. So let's say we are writing a return, and let's say we want it to return im.name from SimpliCode. Okay. So let's say we are passing a value here as Kaushal, and we want this function to return I am Kaushal from SimpliCode. So similarly, we'll add another function here which is for the date of birth of student. So let's see, we'll write here dob, and then we have the body of the function. So we want this function to return the date of birth of a student, right? So let's say we are in the year 2020. What we want to do is we have the age of student. Let's say the age is 21, and what we are going to do next is we are going to subtract the age from current year. So 2020 minus this dot age will return the date of birth of student, right? So we'll write here return. Let's say we want it to return a string as well. Let's say the date of birth of this dot name is 2020 minus this dot age. Fine. So here we are done with a string. So we want it to return the date of birth of Kaushal is, let's say, 1999. If we are providing the value as 21, then it will return 1999, right? Let's move ahead and create an object first. So let's say we have an object named as Kaushal, and what we are going to do is we are going to write here new, and we are going to call the class. So we'll write here student, and then we'll pass the values here. So let's say the name is Kaushal, the age is 21, and we have roll number as 45. So we have all the three properties here, right? Next up, we are going to print this on a console. So we'll write here console.log, and we'll print Kaushal. So let's say if it's working or not. Save it, and here you can see on our console we have a student class. We have all the three values. We have age as 21, name as Kaushal, and roll number as 45. If we go inside this __ proto, we can see here we have both the methods here. We have org and dob. So let's try to call these methods first. So what we are going to do is we are going to write on our console kaushal.dob. So here you can see we have the output as the date of birth of Kaushal is 1999. Similarly, if we try to call function kaushal.org, so you can see here we have the output as I am Kaushal from SimpliCode, right? So here you can see both the methods are working fine. We have both the outputs here. The first one says the date of birth of Kaushal is 1999 and the next one gives us the organization name. So moving ahead, let me guys tell you about another concept in classes. We'll now discuss static functions in classes. We have to use the static keyword to define a static method followed by the method name. So if we want to define a static method, what we have to do is we have to use the static keyword. So the static keyword is always followed by the name of the method. So let's say we are creating a method here. Let's say for adding two numbers. So we'll write here the method name is add, and then we have the body of this method. So what we want to do is we want to add two numbers, right? So we have to pass here two parameters as well. We'll write here a comma b, and then we want it to return the sum, right? So we'll write here return a plus b. This looks fine, right? Notice here guys, we don't have to use anything from the class or the object. Like in the previous two methods, we used the name and the age property, right? So here we used this dot name and then we used this dot age as well. But here this method is not related to object at any cost. The best part about the static method is we can use static methods without creating the instances of a class. So if we want to access this particular method here, we can do it with the help of class name followed by the dot operator and the method name. So let's try to access this method once. What we are going to do is we are going to write console.log and we are going to access this method with the class name. So we'll write here student.add and we'll pass the values here. So let's say we are passing 10 and 45. Fine. So let's see if it works or not. So save it. And here you can see we have the output as 55. So this is how we can create or use static methods in classes. Let's move on now and we will discuss inheritance with the help of classes in JavaScript. By now we are clear with the meaning of inheritance, right guys? We discussed in the last video that inheritance is the procedure through which one class inherits the properties and methods of another class. So today we are going to see how we can implement inheritance with classes in JavaScript. Although the concept will remain the same, we will create another class here and will inherit the properties of this existing class with some more properties of the derived class. I hope you guys know the difference between base class and derived class. So the class we are going to create now will be the derived class. So let's move ahead and create a class. Let's say we are creating a class here. So let's say for creating a class we have to write class. Let's say the class name is student2. And if we want to inherit the properties of the above class, which is student1, we have to use a particular syntax. So we have to write the extends keyword here. So this is a keyword. Extends is a keyword which is used for inheritance, and then we will write the name of the class which we want to inherit. So we'll write here student, and then we have the body of the class. Here we have a class student1 that inherits the properties of class student. Next up, we'll create a constructor function here and we'll pass all the properties we want to be there for the class student1. So we'll pass the constructor function similarly like we did in the previous class. So we'll write here constructor and we'll pass all the properties we want to be there for class student1. So we have the first three properties are name, which we are going to inherit from the above class. Then we have age and then we have roll number, right? So let's add two more properties here. Let's say the two properties are language and then we have section as well. Fine. So then we have the body of the constructor. So you can see here we have 5 properties. 3 of these 5 are inherited from class student and the rest 2 are those properties that we want to add for class student1 exclusively. The syntax for inheritance in classes is not a tough one though. Still we have to keep a few things in mind. Mainly the next statement we are going to write here is an important one. It goes like we use the super keyword and then we'll pass all the properties which we want to inherit from the class. In this particular case, we want to inherit these three properties here, right? So we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. Remember one thing guys, we'll write only those properties which we want to inherit from other class. Actually, this super keyword we used here refers to the parent class. We use it to call the parent class's constructor, or we can also call particular properties and methods with the help of super keyword. Next up, we'll define the two new properties, the language and the section now. So the syntax will remain the same. We'll write here this dot language is equals to language, and then we'll write this dot section is equal to section. We are good to go now. We'll create an object for this class as well, which is student1. So let's say we are creating an object again. Let's say the name of this object is, let's remove it first. So let's say we are creating an object for this class now. Let's say the name of this object is Arun, and we are going to write here new. Then we have the class name, which is student1, and then we'll pass the values here. So let's say the name is Arun, then we have the age is 35, and then we have roll number as 3 or 2, and then we have the language. So let's say the language is JavaScript, and then we finally have the section as well. So let's say the section is A. Fine. So we have all the 5 values here. We have Arun, 35, 2, JavaScript and A. Right. So let's print this on our console. We'll write here console.log and we'll print Arun. Let's save it now, and here you can see we have a student1 with all the properties and values. We have age is 35, language JavaScript, name is Arun, roll number is 2, and section is A. If we click here on __ proto, you can see here we have a constructor student1. Along with that, we have all the methods of the previous class, of the base class. We have org, we have dob as well, right? So this is how inheritance work in JavaScript. The key benefit of using inheritance with classes is that, if we remember from the previous video, if we want to access any base class method, then traditionally we had to manually provide the constructor, right? But in classes, we don't have to do any such thing. Once we are done with inheriting the properties and all, we can directly access the methods as well. Let's try to do it here on a console. So we'll write here Arun dot, let's suppose we are using org. So we'll write here arun.org, and here you can see we have the output as I am Arun from SimpliCode. Next up, let's use the other method as well. So we'll write here Arun, and then we'll use dob. So here you can see we have the date of birth of Arun is 1985, because we have provided the value as 35. So 2020 minus 35 is 1985. Here we have the output as expected. Now let's see if we can access the static method or not by using the derived class. So we'll try to access the static method with the help of student1. So let's try to do it. We'll write here console.log, and then we'll write here student1.add, and we'll pass the values. Let's say the values are 65 and 8, right? So we want the output as 73 now. So let's see if it's working or not. So we'll save it, and here you can see we have the output as 73. So this is a basic example of how inheritance works with classes in JavaScript. Hope you guys got it. Functions in JavaScript are a block of code that is used to perform a specific task. We use functions for different purposes, right? Whether it be a button click, or we want to zoom out our image by taking the mouse cursor over it, we use functions for all these tasks. In JavaScript, we can use functions as objects. At the same time, we can pass objects to functions as parameters, right? So similarly, we can also pass a function inside another function. If I take you through the programming part of this concept, the syntax will be like, we'll go to a JavaScript file, and the syntax will be like, we'll declare a function. Let's say the function is function ABC. Then here we'll pass a parameter. Let's say we are passing call as parameter for this function ABC. Next up, what we'll do is we'll call this function inside this function ABC. Now, what we did here is really simple. We created a function ABC, right? Next up, we passed a function call as a parameter to this function. And then we also called this function inside the function ABC. So this syntax is valid in JavaScript, and also this particular code here is known as the callback function in JavaScript. So if we talk about the definition of callback function, it states that a callback function is a function that is passed to another function as an argument, and that particular function will get executed later in the program. Now, you guys might have heard in the previous videos that JavaScript is a single-threaded language, or JavaScript works over a single statement at a time, or we can say JavaScript works in a particular top to bottom order. So if we talk about the sequence in which JavaScript actually works while coding, so let's take an example for this and we'll see the sequence in which JavaScript will work. So what we'll do is we'll comment this code and we'll start writing our new code here. So let's suppose we have 3 functions in a single program. So let's say we have a function as function 1, and then we have 2 more functions. So let's say the second function is function 2, and then we have function 3 as well. Now if we write something inside these functions, so we'll execute the program, and what will happen is all the 3 functions will be executed sequentially. So let's try to do it first. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body of function 1. So let's say we are using console.log, and inside this we'll print function 1 on calling this particular function. So we'll do the same for other 2 functions as well. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here and here as well. So for function 2 it will print function 2, and for function 3 it will print function 3. So let's save it, and before checking the output, so what we'll do is we'll call these functions as well. So let's say we are calling function 1, then function 2, and then finally function 3. Right, everything we have done till now is quite understandable, and we have 3 functions here, and all the 3 functions will get executed in the sequence in which we call them. So here in this case we have called function 1 first, followed by function 2 and function 3. So let's check the output, save it, and we'll open the console in the browser. So we'll right click here, go to inspect elements, and here you can see we have a console here. So here you can see we have the output as function 1, function 2 and function 3. So we have the output in sequence. We called function 1 first, so we have the output as function 1. But if we call function 3 before function 2, so we'll cut this from here and we'll paste function 2 after function 3, save it, and here you can see we have the output as function 1, then function 3 and then function 2. So JavaScript will execute these functions in the order in which we call them. Right, now what if we use the set timeout function with function 1? So let's try to do it first. So instead of calling function 1 alone here, we'll write here set timeout. Then we have to pass 2 parameters here. One is the function name, so 1 is the function name here, and we'll write here the time. So time here will be in milliseconds. So 2000 milliseconds here represents 2 seconds. This means that the function will be called after 2 seconds. Right. So this set timeout function will call function 1 after a specific period of time, that is in this case 2 seconds. What will happen is JavaScript will start executing all the functions, and the system will find out that there is a timer with function 1. So in this case, the system will leave this particular function on execution and will move ahead and execute other functions. So function 1 will be executed automatically after 2 seconds. So let's check the output, save it, and you can see here we have function 3 and 2 over here, and function 1 will be executed after some time. So I hope you guys got this. Here we have used the set timeout method, and function 1 will be executed after 2 seconds. Now let's consider a scenario where we have only 2 functions. Let's say we have function 1 and function 2. So let's remove this function 3, and we are left with only two functions. So let's say we have function 1 and function 2 now. Now, what we want is we want to execute these two functions, but we have certain conditions. So the first condition is function 1 will use the set timeout method and it will be executed after 3 seconds. And the second condition is function 2 will get executed only after function 1 executes. So till now what we have seen is if we are using these two functions and if we are using this set timeout method with function 1, what is happening is JavaScript will keep this function on execution and it will execute this function till then. So what we want is we want to execute function 2 only after the execution of function 1. This is where the concept of callback functions comes into play. So we have to ask the computer to execute function 2 only after function 1 is done. So let me write this same code in another way. We'll use the set timeout method within function 1. So what we have to do is we have to change it here to 1. We'll call function 1 from here, and inside this function 1 what we'll do is we'll write here set timeout, then we'll pass the first argument as function, and then inside the body of this function we'll write this console log. Fine. And we have to pass two parameters here, right? So the next parameter will be the time. So time here will be 3000 seconds. So here we are, and we are done with our set timeout function. Now this is another way of using the set timeout method in JavaScript. So what we did here is we have passed the function here as an argument, and then we have the body of function 1 inside the set timeout function. What we want to do next is we want to execute function 2 once function 1 is completed. So before that, let's do one thing. Let's check if it is working fine or not. So we'll save it, and here you can see we have function 2 executed before function 1, right? So it's working totally fine. Now what we want to do is we want function 2 to execute only after function 1 is done, right? So let me tell you a shortcut for that, guys. It's not callback functions, but it's kind of same thing. It will do the same thing as the callback functions, but it is a different concept. So what we have to do is we have to cut this function 2 from here, and we have to call this function inside here, inside the set timeout method. So we'll paste it here, and we have to call function 2 inside the set timeout method. So save it, and now if we wait for 3 seconds, and here you can see we have both the functions, function 1 and 2, executed on time. So both the functions are executed after 3 seconds, and this is not callback functions, but this is a shortcut for that. What happened here is when function 1 is being executed, the system came to know that the function 2 is called inside the set timeout method. So what will happen is it will first execute the set timeout method, and then it will execute the function 2. So what we did just now is not callback functions, but the functioning of a callback function is also the same. This is the same thing we'll do with callback functions, but the syntax will be different. Now, by the definition of the callback function that we came across earlier, it states that a callback function is a function that is passed to another function as an argument. So keep your focus on this word argument, and that particular function will be executed later. That function which we passed as argument will be executed later. So here in this definition, later means once the system is done with the first function, or we can say the primary function, it is now free to perform function 2, or the secondary function, or the callback function we can say. So we have kept it on hold till now. So let's take an example of that as well. What we'll do is we'll create a function and we'll pass an argument inside this function. The value will be provided while calling the function. So let's do one thing first. Let's comment this code and we'll write a new code here. So we'll create a function. Let's say our function is function person, and we'll pass an argument here. So let's say the argument is friend. Fine. Next up, we'll work on the body of this function. What we'll do is we'll again use console.log and we'll print something. So let's say we'll write here my friend's name is, and then we'll use the plus operator with the value of friend. we'll write here friend, and with this we are done with our function person. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here function person 2, and we don't have to pass any argument here. So inside the body of this function, we'll again use console.log and we'll write here my name is Kaushal. Fine. So next up, what we have to do is we have to call these functions, right? So we'll write here person, and inside this we have to pass the value. So let's say the value here is SimpliCode. That's fine. Next up, we'll call person2 and we'll save this program. So on saving this program, you can see we have the output as my friend's name is SimpliCode. So if you want me to zoom it, you can see here now. Here it says my friend's name is SimpliCode, and the second function says my name is Kaushal. Right. So this program is working totally fine. This is a basic program wherein we created two functions. And now what we want to do is we want the function person2 will get executed after function person. So for that we have to pass function2 as an argument in the function person. So we'll change the code. We'll pass this function person2 as an argument. So we'll write here person2. We don't have to use brackets here, so because we are passing it as an argument. Now we did it, we passed this function as an argument. The next step is to tell the function person about it, right? We have to pass another argument in the function. So we have to tell this first function that we also have another function which will get executed after this particular function. So we'll write here, we can use any name, we can use another name for that, or we can use the same name as of function person2. So we'll write here person2, and then what we have to do is we have to call this person2 function after this. Right. Now we are done with this code. Now we are done with a callback function. Here in this case, this function person2 is known as the callback function. So save it now. And okay, what we have to do is we have to remove this line from here. So save it now. Here you can see we have the output totally correct. We have the output as my friend's name is SimpliCode and my name is Kaushal. Now we are done with almost everything. We are done with the callback functions, but you might not see any change in the output, right? To witness the change, what we have to do is we have to use the set timeout method again, because we want this function to execute only after function person. So what we have to do is we have to write here inside function person, we'll write here set timeout, and then we have to write here function, and then inside the body we'll do the same. We'll cut these two brackets from here and we'll paste them here, and inside here we have to write the time. So let's say the time is 3000. Fine. Now what we did is we use the set timeout method with function person, and inside the body it will print my friend's name is, and the friend's name is SimpliCode, and it will be executed after 3 seconds, right? So let's save it and we'll count for 3. 1, 2 and 3. So here is the code. You can see here the output says my friend's name is SimpliCode and my name is Kaushal. So this is working totally fine. So this is how the concept of callback functions in JavaScript works. We'll see more about callback functions in the upcoming videos. The word promise seems a bit familiar. We make promises regularly, right? If I say I promise you that we'll cover everything on promises in this video. Now, this promise that I made can only have two possible outcomes. Either the promise will be fulfilled or resolved, or we can say the promise can be failed or rejected. The promise will be resolved if we'll cover everything on promises in this video. But if I left out some topic or there is any subtopic within promises which we forgot to cover in this video, that will be a failed promise, or we can say a rejected one. Now, there is another term in between these terms, that is pending. Pending is the time in which the system works on the promise. So just remember these terms as you may hear them during an interview. So let's move on. Talking about a proper definition of promises, we can say that a promise is an object which will produce value sometimes. It either gives us a value or an error with a proper reason. There's no specific definition for promises in JavaScript. You will understand the topic much better while working on the syntax. So let's move ahead and we'll go through a simple example first to understand a promise in JavaScript. As we mentioned earlier that a promise is an object. So what we have to do first is to take a variable and declare an object. So for that we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here. We'll take a variable, let's say a variable name is prom, and we'll write here new promise. So this statement here is a promise. We have an object named prom. Next up, this promise will take a callback function. We have already discussed the concept of callback functions in the previous video. So if you haven't watched that video yet, I recommend you to watch it. So a callback function is a function passed to another function as an argument. Remember, so we'll write here inside this object, we'll write here function, and now this callback function here will have two arguments, one to resolve and another for the reject. That's because we can have only two possibilities in a promise, right? Either it can be rejected or it can be resolved. So we'll write here resolve, and then after a comma we'll write here reject. Fine. Then we'll have the body of this function. So this is how a promise will look like. You can change the name of these arguments. Instead of resolve or reject, you can write here anything, but we have kept it simple for now so that it will be easy to understand. Next up, let's use a simple condition here. Let's take the example of driving a car. Fine. What we'll do is we'll take a variable drive and we'll check if the user learned how to drive a car. If yes, then the promise is fulfilled. Otherwise, the promise is rejected. So let's do it here. We'll write here where drive, and let's set the value of this drive as true for now. Let's say the user learned how to drive a car. So next up, what we'll do is we'll use the if-else conditional statement to call any one of the two functions. We can either call resolve or reject, right? So we'll write here if, and the condition will be drive. So if we left it with drive here, it will check for if drive is equals to true, right? So we'll call the function resolve if the condition holds true, and then we'll use the else statement. For else we'll write here else, and then we'll write here reject. Fine. Any value other than true we'll call the reject function here. So what we did here was an easy task. We know that the value for the variable drive is true. So in this case, the resolve function will be called. If we set this value of variable drive to false, then the function reject will be called. The next part of the program is to execute this promise. So this will be the longer part as we have to use two methods here. So for that, the syntax will start with the promise name and then we'll use the dot operator. So let me do it here. We'll write here prom and then we'll use the dot operator. Next up, we'll use the then keyword. So this then keyword, or it is a method actually. It is called when the method is resolved or when the promise is resolved. So we have another method for the rejection of promises that we'll discuss afterwards. So we'll write here prom dot then. Now this is a method, so we will use brackets here. When this method is called, it means that the promise is resolved. We'll use a callback function within this method. So we'll write here function and then we'll use the resolve function here. So we'll write here resolve. Fine. And then we'll have the body for resolve. So this is how the execution will look like for promises. And on filling the promise, there will be a statement printed on the console. So it will be like, we'll write here console.log and we'll write here something. So let's say we are writing here resolve and let's say the user knows how to drive. Fine. So we'll write here this. Now we are done with the part in which the promise will be fulfilled. One thing I forgot to mention here is we have to pass this resolve here. So whatever value we'll write here, will be shown in console. So let's say we are writing here for true value, we'll write here yes. Fine. Now if we save this program and check for the output, we'll get the output as yes, the user knows how to drive. We can check it. So let's save it. And here you can see in the console, we have the output as yes, the user knows how to drive. Let me put a space here. So let's save it now. Now it's clearly visible. So it says yes, the user knows how to drive. So this is working fine. Now the next part will be for the condition if the promise gets rejected. So just like we had the then method for resolving the promise, similarly we have one more method for the rejection part. So for the rejection part, we have the catch method. So we have to chain this method here only after the then method. So we'll come here and we'll write dot catch, and the rest of the syntax will remain same. So we'll write here function, and then we'll call reject. Then we'll have the body of this reject part, and we'll write here inside this console.log, and we'll write here reject plus the user does not know how to drive. Fine. The catch method uses the reject function, and the output will be no. The user does not know how to drive. So before that, we'll have to pass an argument here. So we'll write here no and save it now. So for now it says yes, the user knows how to drive. To check for the reject method, we have to set the value of variable drive as false. So let's change the value here. Let's say we are using false here. Now save it, and you can see here the output says no, the user does not know how to drive. Fine. So this is working totally fine. Now you guys might be thinking that this program we just did is so easy. We could have done it with if-else conditional statements. Then why are we using promises for this? The syntax is extended, and we have to remember a lot of terms and methods for a promise, right? The good part is this was just an example to make you understand the syntax of promises in JavaScript. Next up, we'll go through an example wherein we'll discuss the dependency of promises as well. So let's move ahead, and in this example, what we'll do is we'll create three separate functions. Let's suppose we want to learn promises in JavaScript. But for that, we must know about the concept of functions and callback functions in JavaScript. Then only we can go through promises. So what we'll do is we'll create three functions in which the current function will depend upon the previous function. If the user knows about functions, he can go through callback functions. And if the user knows both functions and callback functions, he is good to go for promises. So let me take you through the code, guys. So here's the code. We have three functions. The first one is for functions topic. So this functions is the topic. Similarly, we have callback and promises as well. So the first function is for the functions topic, and if the user is done with functions in JavaScript, then he can move on to callback functions and then to promises. So we have three different promises for each function, right? So each function here, like the first function, returns a promise, right? Similarly, all the three functions are returning a promise. Here we are directly resolving it. We don't need to wait for the user to learn functions completely. Otherwise, we can use here the reject function as well. For now, we are just resolving it, which means that the user learned functions in JavaScript already. The same goes for callback functions and promises as well. Next up, what we have to do is we have to execute the promise that once the user is done with functions, he can move on to callback functions and then to promises. So for that, we have to execute promise like this only. But the syntax will be different. So let me show you guys. So here is the code for that as well. What we did here is we use the first function here. So functions is our first function, and on resolving we called the function callback with the result, and we did the same thing again for a callback. On resolving the callback function, it will call the promises function, and finally it will print this good to go message on the console with the previous messages returned by the resolve method. So we are basically working on the dependency of promises in JavaScript. Now let's save this program and we'll check the output on the console. So save it, and here you can see it on the console. It says good to go, and then it says learned functions, learned callback functions, good to go for promises in JavaScript. Now, this same program can be done with the help of callback functions as well, but the code will be so confusing because we have to nest all these functions inside a single function, and then it will be a mess, right? The code with promises is clean. You can see here the code is clean. All we had to do here was to create functions, then return promises on call, and then we can execute those promises with their dependency. So this is how promises in JavaScript actually works. Now, we have been using functions in almost every video since we came across this topic, whether it be DOM manipulation or using an event in JavaScript. Functions are everywhere, right? So this concept of arrow functions is just a change in the syntax of declaring and defining a function. So let's go through the concept of functions in JavaScript quickly so that it will be easy to change the syntax later. What we'll do is we'll create a function with multiple parameters, and then we'll create another function with no parameter at all. So we know these concepts already. So let's write the code here. So we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write code here. So we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is func1, and then this function have two parameters, a and b. Now this function will return something, so we'll write here return. Let's say this returns a plus b. Fine. Now the code we wrote here is to find the sum of two numbers, right? We'll pass the two numbers as arguments while calling the function. So let's check on the console once if the code is working fine or not. So we'll save it, move back to the browser, go to inspect, and then we'll go to our console and we'll write here function name, and then we'll pass certain parameters, right? So let's say the parameters we are passing are 15 and 25. So the output we are expecting is 40, and the output is correct. We have the output as 40. You can see here we have the output as 40 here. So this function is working totally fine. Next up, we'll create another function first, and then we'll move to the arrow function syntax. So for the second function, we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is func2, and this function will have no parameters at all, right? So let's say this function prints something on the console, right? So we'll write a console.log, and then let's say this function prints welcome to SimpliCode. We are done with it. So let's do one thing. We'll call this function here. We'll write here func2. Calling the function is pretty easy. We can do the same thing here as well. So let's save it and check the output. Here you can see we have the output as welcome to SimpliCode in our console. So this is how we were using functions till now. The simple syntax for functions, right? So let's move on to the concept of arrow functions. Now this function over here has two parameters, right? This function has parameters a and b. And what we'll do is we'll change the syntax of this function, and the new syntax will be more simple once you get used to it. So let's write the newer syntax just below the previous one. We don't need the function keyword with arrow functions. So all we have to do is we have to take a variable. So let's do it first. So let's say we have a variable where arrow1. Fine. So this is our variable. This statement is simple. We have a variable named arrow1, and this will be the function name. So arrow1 will be the function name as well, right? When we use the function keyword in traditional syntax of functions, it automatically creates a variable with the function name. Here we have to declare the variable by ourselves. Next up, we have two parameters here, a and b. As you can see here, we have a and b. We'll write the parameters within parentheses now. So what we have to do is we have to write parameters. So let's say the parameters are a and b for this function as well. So these are the parameters. We have to write them within parentheses. Now we'll use an arrow that actually makes this variable a function. Now this is the main concept. To create an arrow, what we have to do is we have to write equals to, and then we have to write this. So this is the arrow mark which makes this whole statement a function. and then we'll write the body of the function. So the body of function will remain same. So we'll copy the body from here and we'll paste it here. So this function here, this function arrow1 here is the same as function func1, and the output will be the same. This arrow function here has only one line here. So the advantage provided by arrow functions in this case is quite helpful. What we can do is we can make this function a one-liner if we remove this return keyword and the curly braces here. So we can remove these curly braces as well. What we have to do is we have to make this function a one-liner, right? So there will be no difference now. So this is how the arrow function for this traditional function looks like. Now both the functions will return the sum of two numbers. The only difference is in syntax. Let's check the output for the arrow function as well. So what we'll do here is we'll save this program and we'll go to a console. So let's do one thing. We'll call func1 first, and the parameters, let's say, are 5 and 15, and then we'll call the arrow function with the same parameters. So we'll write here arrow 5, 15. Now we have the output as 20 in both the cases, right? So these two functions are working similarly. These two functions are same. The only difference is in the syntax. Next up, we have another simple function here, and what we want to do here is to convert this traditional function into an arrow function. Right, now we are talking about function func2. So let me comment this first function here. What we'll do is we'll comment this, and now we are good to go. So we have function func2 here. Now what we'll do is we'll create an arrow function for this function. So we'll write here, let's say we are writing here where arrow2, and then we have no parameters, so empty parenthesis, and then we have the arrow operator. So the body will remain the same. We'll copy the body from this function and we'll paste it here. Now we have used empty parenthesis here because we don't have any arguments here. Let's try to run this code. We'll call the function here only. So for this we have to write here arrow2 and we are good to go. So save it, and the output we are expecting is welcome to SimpliCode twice because we are calling func2 as well, right? So save it, and here you can see the output is welcome to SimpliCode. Let's change something here. So what we'll do is for arrow function we'll write here Simplilearn. Fine. So save it now, and here you can see we have the output as welcome to SimpliCode and welcome to Simplilearn. Let me zoom it for you if it's not visible. So here you can see the first output for func2, it says welcome to SimpliCode, and for arrow2 it says welcome to Simplilearn. That's working fine. Now before we wrap up this video, let me tell you another benefit of using arrow functions. So we already discussed that we don't need to use the return keyword if we are writing a one-liner function. Similarly, if we have a single parameter, we don't need any parentheses. We'll create another function here. So let's say we are writing here where arrow3, and let's say it has only a single parameter as new name. Fine. Then we'll use the arrow operator, and then inside the body of this we'll write here console.log, and then we'll write here hey there plus the name provided by us in the argument. So now we are good to go. This function here will give us the output as hey there, and then whatever name we'll pass while calling the function. So let's check it. Let's call this function as well. So let's say we are writing here arrow3, and the name, let's say, will be Kaushal. Save it, and here you can see it says hey there Kaushal for arrow function 3. So this is also working fine. And I hope you guys are now clear with the arrow functions in JavaScript. It's not essential to use arrow functions everywhere, but now that we are clear with promises and callback functions, it will be good to write minimum code, and the arrow function will help you with that. So that's all for this video, guys. See you in the next one where we will go through timing functions in JavaScript.
If you guys remember, when we came across callback functions in JavaScript, we used a function there
that we said will call the function after 2 seconds or 3 seconds. You might have guessed that. We are talking about the setTimeout method. So this setTimeout method is actually a predefined function in JavaScript that does some task after a particular interval of time. If we say we want a function to be called after 5 seconds when the user presses a button, so we'll use this setTimeout method and the function will be called after 5 seconds of the user pressing the button. So it will be more clear to you guys when we go through the programming part. So let's move on to the programming part directly, and we'll create a simple button first. And then on clicking that button, a pop-up will appear on the screen with a message after some time. So we'll create a button first. So for that, we'll write here in a HTML file. We'll use the button tag again. We'll write here button, and let's say the button name is click me. Fine, save it, and here we have the button on a browser. So we have created a button here. This was simple. Next up, we want this button to call a function on clicking. So what we'll do next is we'll use the onClick method within this button tag, and then we'll define the function in JavaScript file. So let's do it. We'll write here onClick, and we want this button to call a function. Let's say the function name is start. So what will happen is the function start will be called on clicking this button. So let's move on to a JavaScript file and we'll declare some functions here. So we'll create a function here that will print some message on a pop-up, not the start function but a different one. So we'll write here where message, and then we'll use the syntax for arrow functions. So we'll write here alert, and inside this we'll write here welcome to SimpliCode. So this is our message. Save it. We have created an arrow function here just to remind you guys of the syntax for arrow functions. So this function will print this message with a pop-up. We can check it. We have to go to a console and we'll write here message and call this function. So here we have a pop-up with message welcome to SimpliCode. So this function is working totally fine. The real work starts now. What we'll do next is we'll define the function start with the setTimeout method. For that, we'll write here function start, and then inside the body of this start function we'll call the setTimeout method, and we'll pass two arguments here. So the first one is the function name and the other one is the time interval. So this is how we basically use the setTimeout method in JavaScript. This is the syntax. So let's check the output now, and then we'll see another syntax for the same program. So save it, and we'll go to the browser, click on this button, and the pop-up will appear after 2 seconds. So here's the pop-up with the message welcome to SimpliCode. So this is working fine. Now this syntax here is for the understanding purpose. The following syntax we'll go through will let you know another concept of anonymous functions in JavaScript. So for the newer syntax, we'll write here, we'll comment this piece of code, and we'll write here function, and the function name is start. Then inside the body of this function, we'll use the setTimeout method, and we'll write here function. This function is an anonymous function. Then we have the body of this function and the time. So here we have written 2000, and inside the body we'll write here alert, and let's say the message it will print is welcome back. Fine. If you see this function here, you can see that we have used the function keyword instead of passing another function. This concept here is known as anonymous functions in JavaScript. Basically, an anonymous function is a function without a name. We often use this function as arguments to other functions, and this syntax will call the start function after 2 seconds. So this function here will work as the previous one. These two functions are the same. It will also print the same message after 2 seconds. It will print welcome back after 2 seconds. Save it and click on the button. You can see here we have the pop-up on the screen after 2 seconds. So this function is working fine. The syntax are different, but the working is same. Now let's go through another method. The next method is used to stop the timer in between. So we'll use the first function we created here for this purpose. We'll comment this piece of code and we'll use this syntax only. Now the next method we are going to discuss about is the clear timeout method. Let's say we want to call this function after 5 seconds and suddenly in between we realize that we don't want to call this function. So what we want to do is we want to stop this function before it executes. So the clear timeout method comes into picture, and this clear timeout method works with a variable. So let's create another button for that first, and then we'll declare a variable as well. So let's say we want a button here, and this button will call a function on clicking. So let's say the function name will be stop and the button name will also be stop. So save it. And here you can see we have two buttons. One is the click me and the other one is stop. Next up, we'll move back to a JavaScript file. And we discussed earlier that this clear timeout method works with a variable. So what we'll do next is we'll create a variable and we'll assign the initial value to that variable as 0. Let's say the variable name is id and the initial value is 0. Now, why we assign the value as 0 to this id variable? Because we want to update the value of id variable with the value provided by this setTimeout method. So we'll assign the value of this setTimeout method to this id variable. So we'll write here id is equals to setTimeout and the rest will remain the same. Now, next up, we'll define another function to stop all this from happening. So for that, we'll write here function and the function name is stop, and then inside the body of this function we'll use the method clear timeout, and this method takes a variable as an argument. So we'll pass id here and we are done with it. So this function will stop the setTimeout method before execution. Let's check it out, save it, and what we'll do is we'll press the stop button in between the 2 seconds after the function start will be called. So let's change the timing here from 2 seconds to 5 seconds. So we'll write here 5000, save it now, and we'll first check if the function start is working fine or not. So press the click me button and we have to wait for 5 seconds, and then the pop-up will appear on the screen with the message welcome to SimpliCode. So this function is working totally fine. Now the next task is to press the stop button in between those 5 seconds. Let's do it. Click on this click me button and in between these 5 seconds click the stop button as well. So here you can see the message is not printing anymore on clicking the stop button. So this function is also working fine because we stopped the process in between before the function start executes. Right. Next up, we have another method in the timing functions, that is the setInterval method. As the name suggests, this method is used to call the function repeatedly after a specific interval of time. Like the setTimeout method, this setInterval method also takes two parameters. First is the name of the function and the other one is the time interval. So we'll change this program only, and instead of this setTimeout here, we'll write setInterval. Fine. So we are good to go now. The only change we did here is to use the setInterval method instead of the setTimeout method. Now what will happen is, on clicking this click me button, the function message will be called repeatedly after 5 seconds. Let's check it out first. Save it and click here on this button. So we have to wait for 5 seconds and then a pop-up will appear. So here you can see we have the pop-up here. Now after pressing OK, we'll wait for 5 seconds again and we have the pop-up again. So what's happening here is we are getting the pop-up constantly after 5 seconds, right? So this is also working fine, and on clicking the stop button, this function will also stop. So we have clicked on this stop button and we are not getting the pop-up anymore. So that's how the timing functions in JavaScript works. I hope you guys got it. Async await works with promises in JavaScript. If you are not clear with promises by now, I recommend you to watch the previous video on promises in this playlist, and it will be easier for you guys to understand async await in JavaScript. Now, async await is just a syntactical sugar wrapped around promises in JavaScript. Basically, it makes it easier to work with promises in JavaScript. We already know that using promises might be a bit tricky, or we can say more prolonged sometimes, because we have to create so many functions and promises in JavaScript. So before we move on to async await, let me take you guys through this code which has promises in it, and then we'll see how to use async await in JavaScript. So here is a code for promises in JavaScript. Here in this code we have two functions, make order and process order. The make order function returns a promise and it will resolve it if the user enters black coffee. Otherwise, it will reject it on any other type of coffee. Then we have another function here for processing the order and it will always resolve. So this function is quite simple and it will add some extra information to the order. So here is the code for extra information. It will print this on console. So let's move ahead and we'll look at how we call these functions using promises, and then we'll change the same code using async await. Let me do it guys first and then I'll explain it to you. So here's the code. Now what we did here is we called the make order function and we'll pass here black coffee as an argument to make it successful. Then we have used the dot then because we are using promises here, and then we have the order that will be returned by a promise. So which in this case is a string that says here is your coffee. This is the string. If I show you, so this is the string it will return, and then we have written here console.log order has been received. It will be printed on the console. And then we have called the process order function and we are going to process the order that we received, and the reason we are returning this is because, so you can see here we are returning this process order function. The reason behind it is because we are using promises here. Then we have changed the event here. So we have used the dot then operator again. We are going to receive the response from the process order above. In this case, we have taken it as processed order and we have logged whatever response we will get here. The next thing we did here is to use the catch block to catch any type of error we get. For example, if the user says he wants a latte, not black coffee, then it will give an error and it will say that we serve black coffee only. So this is the code for error. So that's all, and we are calling these functions. So if we save this program, let's say we are saving it, and if we go back to our console, so here you can see the output says making request for a black coffee, and then it says order has been processed, then it says processing order, and then at last it says extra information plus here is your coffee, have a nice day. That's how we wanted it to be, right? Now if the user says he wants a latte in place of black coffee, so let's check it out, and what we'll do is we'll pass the argument here as latte instead of black coffee. So save it now. Here you can see it says making request for latte. So firstly it made a request for latte and then it returned the error. The error says sorry, we serve black coffee only. So it's working totally fine, and this is how promises actually work in JavaScript. All the different codes here are executed and it is waiting for the previous code to execute before moving on to the next one. So that's what we exactly wanted here. Now if you look at all this code here, which is obviously not too much confusing, but we have to use more dot than here, right? We have to go through a lot of nesting here, and it could be done easily with async await in JavaScript. And one more issue with promises is if we want to use the parameter inside this first dot then. So if we want to use a parameter here, what we have to do is we have to first create a variable and we have to assign something to that variable, which is not an easy task, right? But with async and await, we can do it more efficiently and we don't have to worry about all the dot thens and all. So now we'll do the same program with async and await, and we'll do it here only below this program. We'll write this piece of code with the help of async await, and we'll see how easy it is to use async and await in JavaScript. So let me comment this first, guys. Now, the first thing we need to keep in mind with async and await is we need a function to use these terms. For example, let's create a simple function here first. So we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is func1, and then we have the body of this function. So this is a basic function here, and we'll put all our asynchronous code inside here in this function. But we need to tell JavaScript that this function will work asynchronously. For that, we have to write a keyword here before function. So what we'll do is we'll write here async, and this is the syntax. Now JavaScript will know that this function is an asynchronous function, and it will handle this function accordingly. Now inside of this function, what we'll do is we'll call our different methods here. So we'll call the make order method here, and then we'll call the process order method as well. So let's do it first. Let's call the make order method first. So we'll write here make order, and we'll pass an argument here. So the argument will be, let's say, black coffee. Fine. Now we have called the function make order here. All we have to do is we have to write await in front of this function, which will make the code wait until this make order function executes. Then only the next part will be executed. So we'll write here await, and this make order function now will return the resolve section of the first promise we made. So we'll store this inside a variable. So we'll write here, let's create a variable here. We'll write where order. Fine. Because we have all this code inside of an asynchronous function, what will happen is as soon as JavaScript finds that await keyword, so as soon as JavaScript finds this await keyword, it will leave this function and start doing other works inside of this program. Remember, it will leave this whole function. It's not something like the set timeout method. It is different from that. As soon as the make order function is done executing, it will come back to this function and returns the result into this order variable. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here console.log, and what we want to log here is order has been received. Now, if we look at the promises example previously and compare these two codes, so if you can see here, we are done with this part. So this is what it looks like while working with async await in JavaScript. Now we'll see that we have received the order with pretty easy syntax, right? Next up, what we have to do is we have to process this order. This means that we have to write the code for the second than we used in the promises example, right? The syntax will remain the same. For that, we'll write here where processed order is equals to await. We'll use the await keyword again, and then we'll write here process order. Fine. And then we'll pass the argument as order. So we are passing this variable as an argument to this process order function. In the next line, we'll write here console.log, and we'll copy this. This line is the same, so we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. Now we have used the variable processed order to process the order, and then we know that as soon as the processing is done, we want it to log it in here. So we are done with this, and all we need to do now is call the asynchronous function, and we are good to go. So let's call this function first. For that, we'll write here func1, and now save this program. So here you can see it says process order is not defined. So okay, we have to remove this E here. Now save this, and here you can see we have the exact same output as we had in the promises example, and with this we can say the async await are working totally fine. Now the question arising in your mind may be that we didn't do anything for the catch block here, right? What if the user enters latte in place of black coffee? So let's try to do it once. So what we'll do is we'll write here latte and save it. So you can see the first function is working fine. It says making request for a latte, and then it says sorry, we serve black coffee only. So this is a error and caught error in promises. So we have to do something about this error, right? Now, the async and await in JavaScript actually has two blocks, one for resolving and the other one for error or reject. So we can say like the then and catch in promises, we have try and catch in async await. So what we have to do here is we have to put all this piece of code inside the try block. So let's do it first. What we'll do here is we'll write here try. So what we are doing is we are asking the computer to try this piece of code if this is fine or not. And then we have another block catch. Fine. So we'll write the code for rejection here inside this catch block. What we'll do is we'll write here catch and we'll pass an argument here. So we'll write here error and then we'll log this error on a console. So we'll write here console.log error. So we have passed a parameter here, and the moment it will find any error, it will leave the try block and moves on to the catch block, and the output will be an error. So save it and you can see it here on the console. It says sorry, we serve black coffee only. So this is how we can use async await in JavaScript. It's not necessary to use it over promises, but the syntax is relatively clean and easy to understand, right? As you can see here. All we have to keep in mind while using async await is we have to use a function and wrap up all the data inside it. So keep this thing in mind that we have to use a function always, and we have to wrap up all this data inside a single function with the help of try and catch block. Try and catch block are pretty easy to use, right? We'll go through try and catch block in the next video as well when we'll go through error handling. Another important thing I want to mention here before we end up this video is, guys, it may happen that you might don't use these topics quite frequently while working on the front end of a website. But if you get to answer these questions during an interview, and these topics are pretty crucial if you are learning JavaScript. So whether it be async await or promises or callback functions, you need all of them in JavaScript. So please go through these topics carefully. We have come across almost every important topic in JavaScript, whether it is an important one like regular expressions in JavaScript or the one mainly asked in interviews like promises in JavaScript. Each topic has its own value in JavaScript and every topic is important. So in today's video, we'll come across two different types of games. The first one will be the one wherein we'll recreate Flappy Birds using JavaScript. Now many of you guys must have heard about this game already. If not, we have to take a bird through a space between two walls in this particular game. So let me just take you through the game once. And here we are. So this is our game. You can see we have a bird over here. And we have to take this bird through this yellow hole present in between the blue color, right? The yellow holes are random, and if the bird strikes the blue wall or maybe at the bottom of the screen, then the game will over. Fine. So I hope you guys understood what we have to do in this particular game. Now we have to press a key from the keyboard to make the bird jump repeatedly. And we have to make the bird jump so that the bird will go through the hole between the walls without touching the boundaries of the hole. So I hope you guys must have understood the task here. Now let's try to recreate this game again from scratch, and we'll do everything by ourselves. We'll go through the HTML part, we'll go through the JavaScript, and we'll go through the CSS as well. Both HTML and CSS will play a vital role in making this game, along with the JavaScript part obviously. So let's start with the code. We'll go back to VS Code, and here you can see we have a HTML file named flappybird.html. So we'll change the title of this as well. We'll write here, instead of document, we'll write here Flappy Bird. Fine, save it. Now, first of all, we'll take a container for the game to run. So as you can see here, we have a container over here. Fine. So this is our container. Now we have to create this whole container. Now what we'll do for that is we'll go to the body tag and we'll write here div id is, let's say, game, and we'll close this div. Now inside this particular div, we'll create 3 more div tags. So we'll write here div id is equals to block, or we can write here pipe as well for the wall, or for the pipe we can say. The next we'll write here div id is equals to hole, that is for the hole, and the last one is for the bird. Fine. So we'll write here div id is equals to bird. We'll close this div, and a fundamental task is done here. Now we have a container for the game. We'll put the game inside one single container. The next thing we need in a game is a block which we'll use to create the walls in the game, followed by the hole in the block for the bird to go through it, right? And the last thing is the bird itself. So we'll add an image here for the bird. So let's do some styling for all this that we have written over here. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file. So this is a CSS file, and we'll write here for the whole document the margin will be 0 by default. Okay, so we'll write here 0, and the padding will be 0 as well. Fine, we are good to go. That's a common thing. The margin and the padding will remain 0 for the whole HTML document. The next thing is to create the background of whole document. So we'll do something creative here, something different from what we did till now. So what we'll do is we'll create the background with 2 different colors. Now you might be thinking of what these 2 different colors are. So what we'll do is we'll write here body, and then we'll write here background color. We'll take any background color. Let's say we are taking cadet blue. Fine. Now save it. Save this part as well and open this on live server. So here you can see we have a background. We have the background of a HTML document as cadet blue color. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use 2 different colors over this background, right? So we'll write here background image, and we'll write here WebKit linear gradient, and we'll write here RGB 175, 75, 75. Then we'll write here RGB. So these are 3 particular colors. We'll write here 31, 31, 31, and the last one will be RGB 59, 153, 148. Fine. So here we are, and the next thing we'll do is we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Now save it, and you can see here we have 3 different colors over here. We'll go to our CSS file, and you can see this WebKit linear gradient over here is unknown to us, right? So CSS gradients let us display smooth transitions between 2 or more specified colors. So we can do it radially or linearly. Now let's see the difference, and you can spot the difference here in the output. We have 3 different colors over here. We have red, black, and a little bit of gray in between, right? So let's move on to the first container, and we'll create the game area now. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game area. So what we'll do is we'll access the div tag with id as game, and let's start working on this div tag and we'll understand it much better. So we'll write here game, and we'll write here next up height of this container will be, let's say, 500 pixels. Width is, let's say, 400 pixels. So guys, remember this height and width, we'll need them later. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here border, and the border will be 1 pixel solid black in color. Fine. And we'll add a background image as well. we'll write here background image, or we'll write here background only. We'll write a URL, and inside this we'll write fine. Save it now, and you can see here we have a container over here. Now it's not working. It says there's no such image present in a folder. So what we'll do is we'll check it from here. Here we are. We have bg2 over here, not bg1. So we'll write here bg2.jpg. Save it now and move back to the browser. And here you can see we have an image over here. So it's not quite visible till now. So what we'll do is we'll write here background size as cover. Fine, save it now. And here you can see we have an image over here. Now the image looks fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll write margin, and we'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem and auto. Fine, save it now. You can see we have the block in between. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use the overflow property here, and it will not show the bird going out of the box. So we'll see it in a moment what this overflow property will do. So what we'll do is we'll write here overflow is equals to hidden. Save it now. You can see it's not making any difference as of now, but we'll understand it later. Now we have a box over here on the browser, and the game will be played inside this particular box. Now we have to work on the div for the block. So we have to create a block, and that block will move again and again through the screen with holes present at a random place every time. Fine. I hope you guys got it. So let's style the block now. What we'll do is we'll go to a CSS file and we'll write here hash block. Fine. So this is the ID for the block. Now inside this we'll use width as 50 pixels. Then we have height. So the height will be 500 pixels, equal to the height of the whole container. The next thing we'll write here is background color, and the background color will be, let's say, blue. Fine. We'll write here position as relative, and then we'll write here left 400 pixels. Fine. Now we know that after saving this piece of code, the block will not be visible anymore. So why is it not visible? It's a question, right? It arises in every person's mind. Save it, and here you can see the block is yet not visible. Now what we have to do is we have to set the left property as 200. Let's try to do it 200 once. So what we'll do is we'll write here 200 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see we have a block over our screen. Now the value of left property as 200 means the block is present to 200 pixels from the rightmost corner of the container. If we write here 400 and save it, you can see we don't have any block here. It means that the block is present right after this entire container. The block starts here and goes till here. It's a 50 pixels wide block, and it's not visible because we have set the left property as 400. So now the next thing we have to do is we need some animation over this box, right? Or we can say we need some animation over this block, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here animation, and we'll write here block. We have to perform it on a block, and the animation time will be 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and it will go till infinite. Fine. Now this animation property will help us in moving the box again and again after every 2 seconds. And the moving points we have to define here. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write here @keyframes. After this we'll write here block, and inside this we'll write 0%. Left will be 400 pixels, and at 100% animation, what we'll do is we'll set the left property as minus 50 pixels. Fine. Now you guys might be wondering what we are doing here, but this keyframe here is a rule that specifies the animation code, and it will help the block move again and again from 400 pixel in the right to minus 50 pixels in the left. Fine. Save it and we'll go to the browser. You can see the box is moving again and again after every 2 seconds or 2 milliseconds. Now the next thing we have to do is with the hole in the block. So we have to put a hole here in the block, and for that we have to access another div with id as hole. Fine. So we'll move to a CSS file and we'll access that particular element with id as hole. So we'll write here hash hole, and inside this we'll write height of the hole will be 150 pixels less than that of the block. Width will be 50 pixels, same as the block. And then we'll write here background color. Fine, so let's say the background color is yellow. This is for practical purpose. You can change it by yourself. The next thing we'll write here is position. Position will be relative. Left will be 400 pixels and top will be minus 500 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here animation. Again we'll write here block. We'll write here 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and we'll write here infinite. Fine. Now this hole will also go with the same animations as the block. Save it and open the browser, and here you can see the hole is not properly over the block. They are both at different locations. So we can try to refresh this code, and here you can see the hole is now present at the top of the block. So here is the hole. This yellow part represents the hole for this particular game. Now it is working totally fine. And this is an empty space. To make this hole randomly come anywhere in the block, we have to do some magic with JavaScript for that. So we'll do it later in this video. Now if the hole is not placed over the block in your code, don't worry, just refresh the code, or we can say just refresh the home page. It will be fine, or if not, it will get fine once we go through the JavaScript part. That's not a major deal. So let's move on to the bird now. What we'll do is we'll add an image to our HTML file for the bird. So we'll write here inside the HTML file, we'll write here where the ID is bird, we'll write here img. Okay, we'll write here src is equals to bird 1.png. So let me check if this file exists in our system or not. So here we have bird.png, not bird1.png. Save it, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt as bird. We'll close this img tag, save it, open the browser, and you can see the bird is not visible as of now. To make this image visible, we have to work on the styling. So we'll access this image with the ID bird. What we'll do is we'll go to the CSS file again, and we'll write here hash bird. The next thing we'll write here is position. So position will be fixed, and top of bird will be 100 pixels. Then we have height as 50 pixels and width will also be 50 pixels. Fine. We'll do the same for image tag as well. So we'll write here bird img, and inside this we'll write height as 50 pixels, and we'll write here width, fine, as 50 pixels. Fine. Now save it, and if we open the browser now, you can see we have a bird in our game now. We are halfway done in making our game, and we haven't used any JavaScript until now, right? That's quite funny. So we'll use JavaScript now. Let's move on to the JavaScript part. We'll go to the JavaScript file first. Now, first of all, we'll access every element of a JavaScript file that we can access. So we'll use the getElementById method to access every element of a HTML file. What we'll do is we'll write here where whole. So whole is the ID of whole present in the block. So we can access that div tag here. We'll write here document dot getElementById, and we'll write here whole. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here where game is equal to document dot getElementById. The ID will be game. Fine. So for now we need to access these two elements only. We'll add some more elements later and then we'll access them. So for now let's focus on these two only. Next up, we need the whole to be placed in random places in the block every time. For that we need an event listener. So we'll create a function that will change the location of this whole every time. It will change the location on every iteration of the block. Fine. So we'll write here whole dot add event listener, and we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a event listener, and we'll write here a function name. So let's say we are writing here ran whole. Fine. So this is our function. It's random whole. So we'll write here ran whole. Now we'll declare this function as well. We'll write here function ran whole, and inside of this function we'll take a variable random, let's say. So this is a variable. We'll write here minus math.random. So this is a function, and we'll multiply this value by 350. So this means that it will take any random value between 0 and 350. Fine. And then what we'll do is we'll add 150 to that particular value, and the whole value will be changed to minus. We'll see it in a moment why we are doing so. So the next thing we'll write here is whole dot style dot left. Now whole dot style dot top is equals to random plus pixels. Fine. I hope you guys got it till now. So this math.random function will pick any random value between 0 to 350, and 150 will be added to that particular value because we don't want the value to go down as low as 10, and the whole will go out of the container's borders. So the initial value of the whole was, let's check it out. So here we are in a CSS file. So you can see the initial value of whole was minus 500 pixels for top. Fine. So the new value will be random plus pixels. The value was 500 because we wanted the whole at the top of the block, and now it will take any random value and the whole will be placed according to that particular random value. So let's save it, open the browser, and here you can see the whole is moving randomly now. You can see it was initially present at the top. Now it is at the bottom here. So it will change the location randomly according to the random number picked up by the math.random function. So let's get back to the JavaScript part. Now Before we move on to the fall and game over function, let's discuss the game over scenario first, and we'll finish out all the necessary HTML and CSS tasks for the game over. So the game will be over when the bird strikes the pole or either the bird falls down to the ground. On game over, the score will be shown on the screen with a restart button, right? So the score will be counted on the basis of blocks passed by the birds. Now the number of blocks passed will be the final score. So we'll take a variable score and increase the value of this score variable with each random block coming through. So we'll take a variable score and we'll write here where score is equals to 0. The initial value will be 0. So let's do the HTML part, wherein we'll use a div tag to print the result on the screen. What we'll do is we'll go to the HTML file, and here what we'll do is we'll write here after this particular div tag, we'll write div id is equals to result, and here we have another div tag present over here. Now inside this div tag we'll use a h1 tag and we'll write here game over. Fine. Next thing we'll do here is we'll use p tag with id as, let's say, text. Fine. We'll close the p tag here, or the paragraph tag we can say. Now we need a button. So we'll write here button id is equals to btn. We'll write here on click is equals to location dot reload, and we'll write here restart. Fine. Now the HTML part is done. The paragraph tag with id as text will be used to print the score on the scoreboard. Now this location.reload method is used to reload the whole web page. On clicking the start button, the entire page will be reloaded and the game will start again. Fine. We'll use CSS to style all of this game over part. So we'll go to the CSS file, and here's the CSS file. Now we'll write here hash result. We are accessing the div tag with id as a result. So the height will be, let's say, 200 pixels for result, and the width is, let's say, 500 pixels. Fine. So if I show you once again, so here is the block for game over scenario. So the height is 200 pixels and the width is 500 pixels. Basically we need to create a card, right? Or we can say a rectangle. So we'll move back to the CSS file and we'll write here background color is, let's say, brown. Margin will be 5 rem auto. So margin top will be 5 rem and then it will do it automatically. Then we'll write here border. So border will be 2 pixels solid and the color will be white. Fine. We'll write here border radius. So the border radius will be, let's say, 20 pixels. We want rounded borders, and the display will be none. Fine. The last thing we'll do is we'll write here text align as center. It will align the text in the center, and the next thing we are left with is the button. Fine. So we'll write here hash btn, because the id of button element is btn. So we'll write here padding 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Fine. The border will be none because we don't need any border for this button. We of course want the button to be round from the corners, so we'll write here border radius is 11 pixels. Background color is green. Color is white. Font size is 1.5 rem. We'll write here text transform uppercase. We'll write here margin top 1 rem. So guys, you can see we are using this rem again and again. So I might wonder that if any one of you knows the exact definition of this word rem. If yes, then do let us know in the comments below, and let's see how many of you guys know the actual definition of this term. So the last thing we'll do is we'll write here cursor is equals to pointer, and we are good to go. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here hash text margin top will be 1 rem and font size will be 2 rem. Fine. We'll do one more thing. We'll write here color is seashell. So this will be the color of our text. So we are now totally done with the HTML and CSS part. The only thing remaining now is the JavaScript part, and we have to work on that only. So just a few more if else statements and all, and we are done with the game. Now moving back to the JavaScript part, but before we go there, let me just show you how this works. Save it and go to the browser. So this is our game, and you can't see any game over scenario here, right? So for that, what we have to do is we have to go here in result and we have to comment this particular statement. Fine. Display as none, we have to comment out this statement. Save it now. And it's not working now as well. Okay, here's a mistake in this div tag. What we did wrong here is, so this was a mistake. Save it now. And now here you can see we have a card for game over here. And if you click on this restart button, you can see the page is reloading again and again. So it's working totally fine. We'll move back to the CSS file and we'll remove this. Fine. Save it now. And let's go back to the JavaScript part. Now we'll access two more HTML elements that we just created. So what we'll do is we'll write here where result is equals document dot get element by id, and the id is a result. Fine. And then finally we'll write here where text is equals to document dot get element by id, and the id is text. Fine. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where jumping is equals to 0. We'll take another variable for the bird to jump. Now we'll need all these elements further in the video. Now we have to create functions for falling, and we have to mention the conditions for game over as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this ranHole function, we'll write here where fall is equals to set interval. We'll set an interval. So we'll write here function, and then we have the body of this function. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll write here window dot get computed style, and we'll pass bird here. Then we'll write here dot get property value, and the property value will be top. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here if jumping is equals to 0. The body of if statement will write here bird dot style dot top is equals to bird top plus 2. After this we'll make them in pixels. Fine. Now we have to mention the time in milliseconds here, so we'll write here 10 and we are good to go. So here in this function we are using the top value provided to the bird. So we have used these two functions, window.getComputedStyle and getPropertyValue, to get the elements style property with ID as bird, and the top value we need will be passed to the following function. The value of jumping is 0. So the style.top will be set to bird top plus 2 pixels. Now the initial value was 100 pixels from the top, and 2 pixels will be added to the value after every 10 milliseconds now. Save it. And here you can see a bird will fall eventually. Fine. So what's happening here is 2 pixels will be added to this value of top after every 10 milliseconds now. Fine. Now we have to define those conditions here, wherein we'll check if the bird touches the ground, then game over. For that we have to write inside the same function only. So we'll move back to a function and we'll write inside this particular function only. We'll write here where block left will take the left value of block, and we'll write here % window dot get computed style. So we need the computed style for block now, and we'll write here dot get property value. Fine. So we'll write here left because we need the left value, and the value will be stored inside block left, and then we have where whole top. Fine. We'll write here % window dot get computed style. We'll write here whole, and then we'll write here get property value, and we'll write here top. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where htop. So this is another variable. So the value of htop will be 500 plus whole top. So any value returned to the whole top variable will be added to 500, and that value will be assigned to htop variable. Fine. Now we have to write here conditions. So the conditions will be if bird top is greater than 450 or block left. So we have made a mistake here. We have to put one more bracket over here, and then we'll write here block left is less than 50, and then we'll write here block left greater than minus 50. Then we have bird top is less than htop, or bird top is greater than htop plus 100. Fine. I'll explain it to you in a moment. Now what we have to do is we have to write here result dot style dot display. We have to change this style to block now, which was none till now. So then we'll write here text dot inner text is equals to your final score is colon We'll use here dollar and then we'll print the score here. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here game dot style dot display is equals to none, which was block until now. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to change the value of score to 0 again, so that the game will restart from 0. Now let me explain this to you guys. So we have to write here bird top first, not bird yop. So now if bird top is greater than 450 means that the bird is touching the ground, or we can say the bottom part of the container. Now you can get all these values correct by going through the inspect elements, and I hope you guys already know how to use it in JavaScript to get the exact values in pixels. So I want you guys to check it, to cross check it once if it's fine or not. Now if the block left is less than 50 and greater than minus 50 means if the bird is colliding with the block or not, and the bird top is less than edge top means the bird is hitting with the top of the block or the bottom of the hole, we can say. The last one is for the bird to collide from the upper part of the block. Now in all these cases the result box will appear and the style of the result box will be blocked. The paragraph tag with ID as text will show the score here, and the game.style will change to none. Now the game will disappear and the game over scenario will come forward. Now score will be again 0, as if the user wants to restart the game, then he can restart it from 0 again. So save it once and let's see if it's working or not. Save it and go to the browser, close it. Okay, you can see it's working totally fine, but it says your final score is $score. So we have made a mistake over here. Now what we'll do is we'll go back here and we'll check what's wrong here. Fine. Okay, the mistake here is of single inverted comma. Instead of single inverted comma, we have to put this sign over here. Now save it, go back to the browser, restart the game, and you can see it's working totally fine. It says your final score is 0. Restart it again, and here you can see it's working totally fine. Now we are left with only one thing, and that thing is quite easy. So what we have to do now is we have to make the bird jump on button press. So we have to create one last function for this event. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this window dot add event listener. We'll add an event key down, and then we'll write here hop. So hop will be a function. Hop is basically a synonym for jump as well. So we'll define this hop function now. We'll write here function hop, and then we have the body of this function. So jumping will set to 1 on calling this function, and we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll again write here window dot get computed style, and the style will get from bird, and the property we want is top. Fine. Now we'll write here if bird top is greater than 6, then we'll write here bird dot style dot top minus 60. Fine. Okay, so we'll write here is equals to bird top minus 60. So we'll put all this inside a bracket and we'll convert it to pixels. So for that we have to write here pixels inside double inverted comma. Fine. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here set timeout and we have to create an anonymous function over here. So we'll write here function, and we'll again set the value of jumping to 0 after every 100 milliseconds. Fine. So every time a key is pressed, the hop function will be called and the value of jumping will change to 1. It will again take the bird top value and check if the value of bird top is greater than 6. And if yes, then subtract 60 from it and save it inside the top of the bird. Then again, the bird will try to go down after every 100 milliseconds, but the bird will also go up by 60 pixels on each button press. Right? Now save it and our game is ready. So we are done with creating the game. Now what we'll do is we'll go to the browser and we'll restart the game. So here you can see our bird is jumping and we can take the bird from the holes. So here you can see we have a bird and it's working fine. So we have to take the bird through these holes. So here you can see it says your final score is 0 every time. Fine. So let's check out for this ones. Okay, so we have forgot to mention here score plus plus. Now save it. Go back to the browser. Now we'll play this game again once. So we have to take this bird through these gaps in between the blocks. See how long it goes. So here you can see it says your final score is 5 and then again the value of score is set to 0 after some time. That's because if the person want to restart the game, then the value of score will be 0 for that restart. Now here you guys just saw me playing this exciting game and I want you guys to try it. It's fun and you'll enjoy the game more after creating it by yourself. So we are done with our first JavaScript game. And as we mentioned earlier that we'll go through 2 different games in JavaScript, but it might not be possible in this particular video because the length is already too long. And we'll go through another JavaScript game in the upcoming video, guys. So till then, I want you guys to do something more creative with this particular game, and I want you guys to tell me in the comment box that what else you can do with this particular game, and you can let me know that if the pixels we used in this particular video are fine or not. Before we move ahead to this another JavaScript game, I'll recommend you to go through the previous video wherein we created Flappy Bird from scratch. So I want you to go through that video because many of the things will remain same in this particular video as well. So please go through that video as well. Today we'll create a car game in which we have to save a car from obstacles coming towards our vehicle. I don't know the exact name for this game, but let me give you an overview of this game real quick. So here's the game you can see over the screen wherein we have a red car on the road and we have to protect this car by moving to the left or right. All we have to do is to protect this red car from collision with the blue one. Now, I know the graphics for these games are not too much appealing, but if you want to make a high-end graphics game, then JavaScript is not the only language you can use. We have to use many different JS libraries and maybe several other programming languages along with JavaScript to achieve this task. So let's focus on these small games for now and we'll go ahead step by step. Now, in this particular game, if you see here, we have 3 images. One is of red car, the other one is of blue car and a road behind them, right? So let's move on to the programming part directly. And most of the parts will remain the same like that of Flappy Birds. Let's move on to VS Code. So here is our game. This is the HTML file and then we have a CSS file and a JavaScript file for this game. Now, what we'll do first is we'll create a div tag. We have to protect a block, right? We have to move the container either to the left or to the right. So for that, we have to create div tags. So first of all, we'll write here div. We'll take this particular div tag for the game and we'll write here another div with ID as game. Fine. Now we have 2 div tags over here. Now what we'll do first is we'll add images for red car and for blue car. Right. So what we'll do is we'll take 2 div tags and we'll write here ID as blue car for the blue car, and then we'll write here img src. The source will be blue.png. So we have a file named blue.png which is actually an image, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt. So the alternate will be blue car. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code and we'll do the same for red vehicle as well. So instead of blue car, we'll name the ID as red car. The image source we have in our computer is red.png and alternate will be red car. Fine. Now we have added the two cars to our div tag, or we can say to a HTML file. Save it, go to the browser. So this is our document. You can see here we have a blue car and we have a red car. You can see we have both images over here, but the size is different. The blue car looks big and the red one is pretty small, right? Not to worry, we'll figure it out in the CSS part. So let's do the rest of the HTML part here. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file again. And now one thing you might have noticed in the game here is on collision, we are getting a card for game over. So we have to create this div tag as well. So let's finish the HTML part first. What we'll do is we'll write here div again. And this time the ID will be result. So we are preparing for the game over part, right? Now what we'll do is we'll write here h1 heading. So inside h1 we'll write game over. So let me show you why we are doing this. So if you can see here on collision we have game over, right? So game over we have to write here. Now what we'll do is we'll write here game over like this. The next thing we need is the score. So what we'll do is we'll write here p. So we'll use the paragraph tag. The ID will be score and the score we'll do in JavaScript part. Now what we have to do is we have to add the restart button as well. So for that we'll write here button ID is equals to, let's say, btn, and we'll use the on click event. So on click we'll write here location dot reload. We'll call this function. So this is a built-in function in JavaScript. What this function will do is it will refresh the whole page. Fine. The game will start again. So we have added another div tag for the score here. We have a heading game over and a paragraph with ID as score, and then we have a button to reload the web page. Now let's style these elements and make them look like a game. So what we'll do is we'll move to the CSS file. Now here's a CSS file. We'll first write here some code for the whole HTML document. So for inside this we'll define margin and the default margin will be 0. Similarly we'll define padding as well. So the default padding will also be 0. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write here some code for the body. Fine. Here what we'll do is we'll use two colors at a specific angle of 45 degrees. We have already been through the WebKit linear gradient property in the previous game, which is Flappy Bird. So what we'll do is we'll write here, let's take a background color. Let's say the background color is this kind of sky blue. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll take a background image, and inside this we'll write WebKit linear gradient. We have already been through this in the previous game. So we'll write here 45 degree. This is the angle, and then we'll define two colors here. So our two colors will be gray, and the next one will also be gray but a little bit different from this one. So we'll write here 45%. It will take 45% of the screen, and then we'll write here hash. So this is the code for dark gray color, and it will take the rest 55% of the screen. Fine. Save it for now. Go to the web browser. So you can see here we have two different colors present over here in a web browser. The colors are divided at an angle of 45 degree. What we can do here is we can write here 50-50 instead for both the colors. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see, you can clearly spot the difference here. So here you can see these two colors are different now. We'll leave it here. You can do this thing as you wish. So moving ahead, we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Fine. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see we have a background color set for this particular web page. Now, so after the body tag, we'll do some styling for the game container. So here you can see we have the ID as game for the first div tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here game. We'll write some properties here. We'll write here height. So the height will be 500 pixels. Then we'll write here width. The width of the box is, let's say, 300 pixels. And the border will also define. So the border will be black, and the border will be 1 pixel thick, solid, and black in color. Fine. Save it. You can see over here. So we can't see anything for now. So let's style this first completely. What we'll do is we'll write here margin. So the margin will be 1 rem auto. Now right here we'll write background image. So the background image is the one we already have in a folder. The name for that image is road1.png. Now we'll write here background size. So we'll write here contain to fit this image inside the container, and we'll write here overflow as hidden. Fine. Save it. Move to the browser, and here you can see now we have a div tag present over here. We have a container over here, and we have the blue image only for now. Now what we'll do next is we'll style these images as well. So first we'll do the same for blue car. We'll write here blue car, and inside this we'll write height as 100 pixels, width will be 130 pixels. So there's a specific reason behind writing this 130 pixel. We'll understand it later. Now the background color for this car will be, let's say, blue for the blue one, and we'll write here position. So the position will be relative. Next up we'll write here top. Top will be 0 pixels. So remember the value for these properties. We'll need them later in the JavaScript part. Now what we'll do next is we'll write here left as 0 pixels. Now next up we'll write here text align as center, and animation. So this animation we have already been through it. Now what we'll do is we'll write here move. After 1 second the animation should be linear and it should be infinite. Fine. Now this animation we have to define, but before that we'll write here blue car img. So here what we'll do is we'll define the height of image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Now save this, go to the browser, and here you can see we have a blue car present at the top left corner of a container. Now what we'll do is we'll define the animation for this particular div tag, right? So here is a car present at the top left corner. So what we'll do is we'll move this box to the middle of the screen. So we have already done it, I guess, but there is some mistake. So here you can see we have given space between 1 rem. Save it now. And here you can see we have a box present at the center of a screen. Now we are good to go. Next up we'll define the animation. So we'll write here @keyframe, and instead of identifier, the identifier we have here is move. Fine. So inside this we'll write here 0%. At 0% the top will be 0. Fine. 0 pixels. And at 100% the top will be 501 pixels. Fine. Now one thing to notice here is the total height of the container is 500 pixels and the animation will go till 501 pixels. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see the car is still not moving. So we have made a mistake here. So here's a mistake. We have to write here move only, save it now. And here you can see the animation is going swiftly now. So the car starts from 0 pixel and goes till 501 pixel. So it will happen infinitely because we have used here infinite inside the animation property. What we'll do next is we'll do the same for red car as well. Fine. So here you can see we have a red car. The ID is red car for this. So what we'll do is we'll write here hash red car and we'll start styling this red car as well. The height will remain the same. The height will be 100 pixels. And then we have the width. The width will be 130 pixels for this car as well. The background color will be red because the car color is also red. Position will be relative for this as well. The top will be 250 pixels, let's say, and the left will be 130 pixels. Fine. Now what we are doing here is we are taking the left as 130 pixels. Why so? Because what we want is we want the car to be present at 130 pixels away from the left corner of the box. So that's why we have written 130 pixels over here inside the left property. Now the next thing we'll write here is text align, and text align will be center. Fine. We'll do the same thing for red car as well here. We'll write here red car img. We have to write here hash as well. Now inside this we'll define the height of this image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Save it now. Go to the browser and here you can see we have a red and blue car over here. Now the box seems to be a little bit less wide for these two cars. So what we'll do is we'll write the width here as 390 pixels so that it will be divided equally in 3 parts. Save it now. And here you can see now this box looks totally fine. We have a red car present in the center. We can move it to the left and to the right. So we are done with styling these 3 images. Next up, we have to style the result part as well, right? So here you can see in this particular game, we have a card over here with a different background. The game over color is white and this color is gray, I guess. The button color is black and the restart color is sky blue. Fine. So we have to keep all these things in mind. We have to style this box as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here result. And inside this we'll write height. Height will be 200 pixels for this box. Then we'll write here width, and width will be 400 pixels. So we want a rectangle for this. Next up we'll write here background color. So let's define the RGB value. The RGB value for this particular color is 231, 105, 105. That's because we want to make the exact same game. So that's why we are using the RGB values here. Save it now. Move to the browser. And here you can see we have the game over card over here. And the game over color is black and the card color is pinkish, we can say. Now we'll move to a CSS file. We'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem auto. Next up we'll write here border radius. So we want the box to be a little bit round from the edges. So for that we'll write here border radius as 20 pixels. And then we have font size as 30 pixels for game over. Then we'll write here text align. We want to align the text at the center of this box. Game over color will be white. Fine. So we'll write here white and we are done with it. Save it. And here you can see we have a box over here. We have a game over card over here. Now what we want is we want to hide this thing, right? So for that we have to write here display as none. Save it now. And you can see we don't have this game over box over here anymore. Now moving back to our CSS file, what we'll do is we'll remove this particular statement for now. Save it. And here's our box again. We'll add this property later. So for now what we'll do is we'll write here score. Now what we have to do is we have to write here font size as 2.2 rem. I hope you guys must have searched for the rem keyword. Now we'll discuss this keyword again in the next video. So for now we'll write here color, and the color will be, let's say, take any color of your choice. So we'll write here gray, or we can say let's take goldenrod. I don't know which color is it, but let's take it once, save it. And you are not getting anything over here because we haven't defined it yet, so we'll see it later. Now the last thing we have to do here is with the button, right? So we'll use the button ID for that. We'll write here btn, and inside this we'll write padding. So padding will be 0.5 rem and 1 rem for left. Now we'll write here border radius for this button is 20 pixels because the button is a little bit round at the corners. Next up we'll write here border is none. We don't need any border for this particular button. Then we'll write here background color is, let's say, black. We'll write here the color is, which color we should take? Let's take this one. Now we'll write here margin top. So let's say the margin top will be 10 pixels. Next up we'll write here cursor. So cursor will be pointer. Fine. Cursor will change to pointer on taking it over the restart button. We'll write here text transform. We want to transform this text to uppercase. Fine. Save it now. Move back to the browser, and here you can see we have a game over here, but this tag is not working for now. So let's see what's wrong here. Okay, so we have to write here restart. Save it now. And here you can see we have a button over here. We have a restart button over here. The button looks a little bit small. So what we have to do is we have to do some styling change here. We'll take, let's say, the font size. So we'll write here font size is, let's say, 25 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see the button is quite right now. So we are done with it. What we'll do is we'll add the display property here. We'll write here display none. Save it. And the box is gone. Fine. Now we are done with the CSS part as well. Now we have to make this game responsive only. That will do with the help of JavaScript. So let's move on to the JavaScript file first. Here's a JavaScript file. Now we'll access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript file because we need them. So what we'll do is we'll write here where blue car is equals to document dot get element by ID. So the ID for blue car is blue car. We'll write here where red car document dot get element by ID. So the ID is red car for the red one. Next up we'll write here where a result. We'll get result as well. We'll write here document dot get element by ID, and inside this we'll write a result. Fine. We are accessing all the elements with the help of get element by ID method. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where score. So the score will write here document dot get element by ID, and again we'll write here score. Then we'll write here where game document dot get element by ID. The ID for game is game. Fine. We'll take another variable here. Let's say the variable name is variable counter to count the number of cars passing through the red one to get the final score basically. So we'll initialize the value as 0 for this counter variable. Now the next thing we have to do is to make the blue car move randomly in 3 positions, right? For that we'll use math.random function again. We have used this function previously in the Flappy Birds game. So we'll write here blue car dot add event listener. We'll add an event. So we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a predefined event listener in JavaScript. So for this, we'll create a function here. We'll write here function and we'll define the function as well. Fine. So we'll take a variable, let's say random, and we'll write here math dot floor math dot random. So this is a predefined function in JavaScript. We'll write here into 3 and right here we'll write 130. Fine. Why 130? Because 130 is the default width which we have taken in our CSS file. So we'll write here blue car dot style dot left is equals to the value of random in pixels. Fine. Then we'll increase the value of counter after every car passes through, after every blue car passes through the red one. Save it and move to the browser. You can see the blue car has 3 positions over here. Can either come from the left, right, or from the center. Any random number from these 3 numbers will get multiplied to 130. So we have 3 positions only. Any random position. Let's say the position is 1. It means that the car is present at the left. So that particular number will be multiplied with 130 and the left value of the blue car will change to that particular number. The logic is simple. If the number randomly taken is 2, then the random value will become 260 in that case, and the blue car will have a distance of 260 pixels from the left side of the container. So this was the reason behind taking the width of container as 390. I hope you guys can relate to it now. So let's move ahead and write the code for moving the red car as well. So you can see the red car is not moving as of now. We'll make it move. So let's write the code for that as well. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here window.add event listener. We'll add an event here. We'll write here key down and we'll define a function here. Fine. So we'll take a parameter inside this function. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if e.keycode is equals to 39, then what will happen is we'll take a variable where red car left is equals to, we'll write here parseInt window dot get computed style. We'll get the computed style of red car and we'll write here get property value. Fine. We'll take the property value here as well. We'll take the left value. So we'll write here left and we'll write here if red car left is less than 260 pixels, then red car dot style dot left will change to red car left plus 130 and the value will change to pixels as well. Fine. Now we'll write the code for another key as well. So we have to add 2 keys over here. What we'll do is we'll write here if e.keycode is equals to 37. This key code over here represents the left and the right arrow key of our keyboard. So that's why we are using here key code as 37 and 39. 39 is the default key code for the right arrow key and 37 is for the left arrow key. So what we'll do here is we'll write here where red car left is equals to %. So what we'll do is we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. This will remain the same. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if red car left is greater than 0, then it will change the style. So we'll write here this, and here what we'll do is we'll change the value of red car to red car left minus 130 pixels. So we are moving the car to the left or to the right. Fine. Now we are done with it. Now save it and move to the browser. And now here you can see we are able to move the red car to the left or to the right as well. Fine. Now we are good to go. So the next thing we have to do is to write the code for collision of these two cars, or we can say the function for game over as well. Fine. So let's head back to our JavaScript file and we'll create another function over here. So what we'll do is we'll take certain values and pass them through some conditions. If any of the requirements fail, then the game is over. The logic is simple. Let's implement this logic. So what we'll do is we'll write here set interval. So we'll use the set interval method and we'll write here function. So let's say the function name is game over. We'll now define the body of this function. Now let's discuss some things. What we need is we need the top property of blue car, we need the left property of blue car, and then we need the left property of a red car. Fine. So we'll take three variables. We'll write here where blue car top, then we'll take where blue car left, and then we'll take where red car left. Fine. So we have these three variables over here. Now what we'll do is we'll get these values first. So we'll again use the get computed style property and the get property value. We'll write here %, and inside this we'll write window dot get computed style. So the computed style is of the blue car. Then we'll write here get property value. We'll write here top because we need the top value. We'll do the same thing for blue car left and for red car left. Fine. So we'll change the values here. We'll write here left for the blue car left, and we'll write here left for the red car. Fine. We are good to go. We have these three variables and we have the properties, right? We have the value of these particular properties. Now we'll write here certain conditions. We'll use the if statement again. We'll write here if blue car left is equals to red car left. Let's replace this left with a capital L. And we'll write here and then blue car top is greater than 250 and blue car top is also less than 450. So we need the blue car in between 250 and 450 for collision, right? What we'll do is we'll write here result dot style dot display. So we'll change the display property of a result element. We'll write here is equals to block. Now we need a game over card over the game, and we'll also change the display property of game as well. We'll write here game dot style dot display as none. Fine. We don't want the game for this. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here score. So for that we'll write here score dot inner HTML is equals to, let's say it says your score is, and we'll write here $. We have a variable counter, right? We'll print the value of counter here. Fine. Now there is an error over here, you can see. So what we have to do is we have to put them inside this. We'll not use the double inverted commas, we'll use this instead. And you can see the error over here is gone now. So we are good to go. Now after that, we'll change the value of counter to 0 again. In case the user wants to restart the game, the value of counter will start from 0 again. Now we want to call this function after a certain interval of time. So we'll write here 10 and we are good to go. So the set interval method will be called after 10 milliseconds. Now the same thing we did for Flappy Birds as well. So some conditions here are almost same and the output is also the same as we had for Flappy Birds. Now save it and you can see on the browser that our game is completely fine now. It's working totally fine. So we can play this game. Now let's play it once. So here you can see we can move our red car and the blue car is coming randomly from any of the three directions. It means that it can either come from the left or from the center or from the right. Fine. On collision, you can see it shows that the game is over and the score is 13. Now on clicking the restart button, we can restart the game, the page reloads again and it's working totally fine now. We have to create this particular game and we can see that the game is completely done. We can play this game anytime and it's fun as well, of course. So we can do certain things with the graphics as well. I want you guys to do that thing and let us know in the comments below what else can we do to make this game more appealing to the user.
Before we move on to the programming part, let's discuss what a Wordle game is. The Wordle is a popular 5-letter word guessing game that has become popular in the last couple of months. The game was actually designed by a software engineer as a gift for his partner, but with time the game gained popularity and now everyone on social media is talking about this game only. The rules for this game are simple. The game tells you if the letters you picked are in the word and if they are in the right place as well. If the letter is in the right spot, it shows up green and the correct letter in the wrong spot shows up yellow. A letter that isn't present in the word at all shows up gray in color. So let's go through the game once and you guys will understand it much better. Here we are in the browser. You can see we have blocks over here and a keyboard present beneath them. We have 6 rows over here and each row contains 5 columns for each letter of the word. The task is simple. We have only one correct word. If we write something on the first row, the system will check for all the letters. If a letter is present at the correct place, then the color of that particular letter will change to green. For example, if we write here river and press enter key, you can see all the words or all the letters of this word change to green. This means that none of these letters are present in the word. So let's try another word. We'll write here apple. Press the enter key and you can see A is correct but present at the wrong spot. Let's try some more now. We'll write here, let's say Tokyo. Fine. Click on enter and you can see O is also correct and the last word is O. Now we have 2 letters of the word. We have A and O. O is present at the last and A is present in the word. So let's think of any word which is like this. The word coming in my mind right now is, let's try mango over here. So we'll write here mango. Click on enter and you can see mango is the correct word for this Wordle game. Fine. We can get any random word from the word list we have in a JavaScript part. So we'll discuss about it later on. So I hope you guys got what this game is. So let's move again to the programming part now. So here we are in the HTML part. Now the task is to create this whole game again from scratch. So here we are in the VS Code and we'll start writing the code for the same. Now we'll create the layout of this web page using HTML first. So let's say what we are doing here is we are writing here inside the body. We are writing here h1. Let's say the ID is h1 title. Fine, title is the ID for this. And now what we'll do is we'll use an underline tag. So we'll write something over here. We'll write here Wordle using JavaScript. Fine, save the program, and this is our actual program. Save it now, open it with live server once again, and you can see we have this heading over here which says Wordle using JavaScript, which is underlined as well. Now let's write the code again. So what we are going to do here is we are going to use a break tag. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to take a div. So this div is going to be for the board. So we are going to create the board of this game later on in the CSS part. We'll keep this div empty here. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to use another break tag, and then we have to print the answer as well, right? So we'll write here br. Now we'll write here h1. So inside h1 the id is going to be, let's say, answer, and then inside this h1 we'll keep this empty. Fine, we are done with the HTML part. We'll manage the rest in the CSS and the JavaScript parts as well. So let's move on to the CSS part now. But before that, let's save this program, and you can see nothing is changing over here in the browser. So let's move on to the CSS part now. Here we are in the CSS file. What we'll do is we'll write here body. Now we'll first style the body tag of a whole web page. So we'll write here font family. So font family is going to be Gill Sans, and then we'll write here Gill Sans MT, sorry, and then we'll write here Calibri, and then we have this over here. So we'll write here Trebuchet MS, and then we have sans serif over here. So here we are done with this, and it's showing some error over here. So what we have to do is we have to put this inside single inverted commas as well. Now let's zoom out the VS Code, and here you can see something is wrong over here. So the wrong thing is we have to put this sans serif inside single inverted commas and Calibri like this. So we are done with the font family. Next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here text align at the center. Then we have background color. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the linear gradient over here. So we'll write here linear gradient. Now inside this we have to pass the degree or the angle, we can say. So we'll write here degree as 120. Then we have specific colors. So we'll write here 33B 7CE. Fine. So this is one of those colors. Then we'll write here 50%, and then we have another color. So we'll write here hash 218ED6. So we'll write here 218ED6, and this is a second color. We'll write here 50% again. Now save the program, move back to the browser, and we'll see if this is working fine. So this is working fine as of now. We'll check back at it later. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to style the HR tag as well. So we'll write here width as 500 pixels for this HR tag. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see nothing has changed over here. So the next thing we have to mention over here is the title tag. So we have the ID as title for our title. So we'll write here title. Now inside this we'll write the font size. Font size is going to be 36 pixel for the title. Then we have font weight. So we'll write here font weight as bold. Then we have letter spacing. So we'll write here letter spacing as 2 pixels for this. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see we have this heading over here which says Wordle using JavaScript, and that's it. So the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write the code for board. So we'll write here hash board, and we'll write here width of this board is going to be 350 pixels. So we'll write here 350. Then we have the height as well. So we'll write here the height as 420 pixels. And then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto. Then we have margin top. So we'll write here margin top. Okay, so we have to write a margin top, and margin top is going to be 3 pixels. So we'll write here 3 pixels. Then we have the display as flex, and then lastly we have the flex wrap. So we'll write here flex wrap as wrap. Now save the program, and here you can see some things are changed over here. Now let's style other things as well. So the next thing we have to change here is the tile. So tile is a class over here. We'll go back to HTML and you can see we have no class named tile over here. So we'll define this class later on in the JavaScript part. So we'll write here tile. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll style the box first. So we'll put a comment over here as box. Then we'll write here border. Border is going to be 2 pixels solid, and the RGB value of the border color is 19. Then for green we have 18, and for blue we have 18. Fine. So this is the border color. Then we have width. So width is going to be 60 pixels, and then we have height as well. So we'll write here height. Height is going to be 60 pixels again. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 2.5 pixels, let's say. Now we'll style the text as well. So we'll mention it over here. We'll comment text over here. Now we'll define the color. So the color for text is going to be black. Then we have the font size. Font size is going to be 36 pixels. And after font size, we have the font weight. So we'll write here font weight. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have display. So we'll write here display as flex. And then we have justify content at the center. And finally, we have align items at the center. So we'll write here align items at center. So here we are done with the styling of the body, title and board. Now we are left with the keyboard, the colors for correct, absent and present letters. So we'll write the code for it later on. For now, let's move ahead to the JavaScript part. But before that, let's save this program once and we'll check. So here you can see nothing is changed as of now. So let's refresh it once and we'll see if something is wrong or not. So here you can see nothing is wrong. Everything is working totally fine. Let's go back to the JavaScript part and we'll go through the logic behind this whole game now. So here we are in the JavaScript part. We'll start writing the code over here. So here you can see we have the keyboard already with us. So this is going to be our keyboard. Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to take a variable as height. So the value of height is going to be 6 initially. So this is basically the number of guesses we have in our program. So basically we have 6 number of guesses. That's why we are taking the variable height as 6. Then we have the variable width. So width of each word is going to be 5 letters. So the width is going to be 5. Then we have a variable as row, and the initial value of row is going to be 0. That's because of the current guesses, or we can say the current attempt. Then we have a variable call. So we'll use 0 for this variable as well. So this is the current letter for that attempt. Now we'll take another variable over here. We'll take a variable game over, and the initial value of this variable is going to be false. Fine. The game over variable is for game over. If the game is over, then the value will change to true. Here we have taken the height variable as 6 and the word's width is 5 letters. The current row will be 0 and the call variable is also set to 0. The game over variable is initially set to false. That's it, right? So let's move ahead and we'll create 2 lists now. The first one is going to be a list of words and the second one will be a list of guessed words. So if the user enters a word, then the guessed word list will be checked if the word is present in the list or not. If the entered word is not present in the list, then the system will return that the word is not present. So what we'll do is we'll write here where word list. So we'll write here where word list is equals to, we are going to take a list of words. So let's say we have some words over here. We'll write here apple, and then we have mango. So there are basically a lot of words present inside this list, maybe more than 1000, 2000 or 3000 words. So for now, it's just a prototype of this whole Wordle game. So we are going to take 4 or 5 different types of words. That's it. The next word we have is river. Then we have hyped. So we'll write here hyped. And then we have Tokyo. So we'll write here Tokyo, let's say. We'll take another word over here. So let's say we have title over here. And we have Ouija. Fine. So we have to write here hyped with a small h. And that's it. This is our word list. Now we are going to create another list. This time we are going to create the guess list, which will contain all the words that can be guessed by the user. So inside the guess list, we'll write here apple, then mango, then we have river, hyped. So we are basically going to take all these words and we are going to paste them over here. Now let's use some more words. So let's say we are using here carbo, then we have, let's say, another word over here, proxy. Fine. So we have these words in the guess list as well. Now the next thing we have to do is the guess list will also contain the words from the word list, right? So what we'll do here is we'll write here guess list, and guess list is going to be guess list dot concat. So what we are doing here is we are basically performing concatenation. So we'll write here word list inside this, and that's it. Now it's time to pick up a random word from the word list we have. For that, we'll use traditional math.random method. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here where word, and we are going to take this variable and we'll write here word list. Then inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to write here math.floor. Then we have math.random. So this is a method, basically math.random. So we have to put parenthesis over here. Then we'll write here asterisk word list dot length. So we'll write here word list dot length. And finally, what we are going to do is we are going to change the word to uppercase. So that's why we are writing here to uppercase over here. So this is also a method. Now that's it. Let's print this word, and what we'll do is we'll write a console.log. We are going to print this word on a console. Fine. So here we are done with the task of picking up a random word from the list of words. Now the next thing we have to do is to work upon the body of this game and then on the screen keyboard. Now the next thing we have to do is to work upon the body of this game and the on-screen keyboard we have on our web page. But before that, let's save this program once. Move back to the browser, open console, and here you can see again on refreshing the web page, the word is changing over here. It's taking a random word from the word list. You can see on refreshing we have river as of now. I'm not sure if you guys are able to see it, so let me zoom it out a bit. Now I've refreshed this page and you can see the word is changing over here. We have a list of words and a random word will be picked at once. So here you can see it. Now it's working totally fine. So let's move on, and now we'll write the code for the body and the on-screen keyboard. So we'll write here window dot onload. So we'll write here window dot onload, and on loading we are going to create a function. Fine. So we are going to initialize. So we are going to write here initialize, and we are going to call this initialize function. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to create this function. So we'll write here function initialize. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game board now. So for that we are going to use the for loop. We are going to write here for let r is equals to 0. So the initial value of r is going to be 0. R is less than height. So this is the condition, and we are going to write here r plus plus. Fine. Now inside the body of this for loop we have to take another for loop. We have to take the for loop for column as well. So we are going to write here for, let's say we have a variable c and the initial value is set to 0 and the condition is going to be c less than the width. So we'll write here c less than width and then we'll write here c plus plus. Fine. Now we have to write here again this curly braces because we are going to write inside this for loop now. So we'll write here let tile. So tile is a class we have in a CSS file. So we have used tile over here. We'll write here document dot create element. So we are going to use document dot create element over here and then we are going to write here span. Fine. Now the next thing we have to write here is the tile ID. So we'll write here tile dot ID is equals to r dot toString. Fine. So we have to write here r dot toString is a method. So then we have to write here plus. Now inside double inverted commas we have to put a dash over here. Then we have to write here plus and we have to add the c value over here. So first we'll convert the value of c to string and then we'll add it over here. So we'll write here plus c dot toString. So we'll write here c dot toString. We are going to call this method again and that's it. Fine. The next thing we have here is tile dot class list. Then what we'll do is we'll write over here add and we are going to add the tile class over here. So we are going to write here tile and the next thing we have to do is tile dot inner text. So we have to write here inner text and we have to give the value as null over here. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here document dot get element by id. Then we have to get the element of, basically we have to get the value of board. So what we are going to do is we are going to pass here board and we are going to pass append child over here. So we'll write here append child and we are going to append the values of board and tile. So we'll write here tile. Fine. That's it. Save the program, move back to the browser and you can see we have this board over here. So you can see the board over here. We are able to see it. So we have 5 columns. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 rows over here. Fine. So it is working totally fine till now. Now let's create the keyboard as well. So we have to write here after this for loop. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a keyboard. So let's write a comment over here. We'll write here keyboard and we'll start writing the code over here. So we are going to take a variable over here. So let's say the variable name is keyboard and now what we have to do is we have to write the values present inside the keyboard. We already have those values over here. So we'll copy these from here and we are going to paste them over here. Fine. So let's do one thing. Let's write it this way. So we have the keyboard over here. We have all the keyboard keys of the keyboard. You can see we have Q, W, E, R, T, Y, U, I, O, P. Then we have the next line and finally we have the enter key, Z, X, C, V, B, N, M and backspace. Fine. So this is a symbol for backspace basically. You can download it from Google as well. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to define here a for loop. We'll write here for. We are going to take a keyword, let I is equals to 0. Then we have I less than keyboard dot length and then we have I plus plus over here. Fine. So now inside this for loop, what we are going to do is we are going to take a variable. So we'll write here where current row. So we'll write here where current row is equals to keyboard and what we are going to do is we are going to pass here I inside this. Then we have let keyboard row is equals to, then we'll write here document dot create element. So we'll write here document dot create element and we are going to create a div tag over here. Fine. So we'll write here div Then we'll write here keyboard row dot class list dot add. We are going to add the keyboard row class over here. So we'll define this class later in the CSS file. Keep this thing in mind. We'll write here keyboard row. So we'll write here keyboard and then we'll write here hyphen. Fine. So this is going to be a class. We are going to define it later in the CSS part. I keep mentioning it again and again so that you guys will remember what we have to do later on. So we'll take another for loop over here. Let's say we have a variable named as j. We'll write here let j is equals to 0, j less than current row dot length, and we'll pass j plus plus over here. Fine. Now we'll write inside the body of this for loop again. So we'll write here let keytile. So we'll write here let keytile is another variable we have taken over here. So we are going to write here document dot create element, and then we'll create a div tag over here. So we'll write here div, and then we'll write here let key. So key is another variable over here. So we'll write here current row and we'll pass j inside it. So we'll write here key tile dot inner text. So we'll write here key tile dot inner text is equals to, and we are going to pass the value of key over here. Fine. Then after this we'll use the if else statement. So we'll write here if key is equals to enter. So what will happen is the key tile ID will change to enter. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here inside this key tile dot ID is equals to enter, and we have to use the else if statement as well for other keys. So we'll write here else if key is equals to backspace. So we have a symbol for backspace here. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste the symbol over here, and now inside the body of this else if statement we'll write key tile dot ID is equals to backspace. Fine. So the ID is going to be backspace. Then we have another else if. So we'll write here else if, we'll write here a, and we'll put less than equals to sign, and we'll write here key. We'll pass another condition. So we'll write here key is less than equals to z. And what will happen is the key tile ID is going to be key plus key. Fine. And that's it. We are going to add an event listener over here to process the key. So after this, what will happen is we'll put a semicolon over here first, and after the body of this else if tag, what we have to do is we have to write here key tile dot add event listener. So we have to add an event over here. We'll write here click comma process key. Fine. So this is going to be the event, and now we have to write some more code over here. So we'll write here if, and we'll write here key is equals to enter again. Then what will happen is key tile, the key tile dot class list. So we are going to add a class over here. So we'll write here add, and we are going to name the class as, let's say, enter key tile. Fine. So we'll create this class later on in the CSS part again. Then we'll write here else, and we are going to write here key tile dot class list dot add, and let's say we have the class name is keyTile. Fine. That's it. Then after this we have to write here keyboard row dot append child. So we have to write here keyboard row dot append child. Now we are going to append the keyTile class over here. So we'll write here keyTile. And after this we have to write here document dot body dot append child, and we have to write here keyboard row. Fine. So that's it. Now we'll do this letters entering task from the system keyboard as well. That's basically the keyboard we have in our system. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write here document dot add event listener. So we are going to add an event. Then we'll write here key up. Key up is going to be the event. Then we'll write here e inside this, and we'll create an arrow function over here. So this is going to be an anonymous arrow function. Now inside the body of this function, what we'll do is we'll write here process input, and we are going to pass e over here. Fine. So this is basically the keyboard part we have. Save the program, move back to the browser, and we'll see. You can see the process key is not defined over here is the error. So we'll define the process key later. Now what we'll do is we'll write the CSS part for the keyboard, and for that we'll move back to the CSS file. So here we are in the CSS file, and what we'll do is we'll define the classes over here. So the first class we have is the keyboard row class. So we'll write here dot keyboard row. Now we'll write over here width of the keyboard. Width is going to be 400 pixels. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto for this keyboard. Then we have the display as flex, and finally we have the flex wrap. Flex wrap is going to be wrap, and that's it for the keyboard row class. Then we have the keyTile class. So we'll write here keyTile, and now inside this what we are going to do is we are going to mention the width again. Width of the keyTile is going to be 36 pixel. Then the height we have of this keyTile, so we'll write here height. Height is going to be 40 pixels, let's say. Then we have margin. So margin is going to be 1 pixel again for the keyTile. Then we have the border. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid in nature, and the RGB value is 12, 12, 12, which is black. So then we have the border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels again. And then we have to mention the font family for the text. So the font family is going to be this one. And then we have Cambria, Cochin, Georgia, Times, Times New Roman, and Serif over here. Fine. Now the next thing we have to mention for the text is the font size. So we are going to write here font size as 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have the display. Display is going to be flex. And finally we have to justify content at the center. Fine. Then we have to align these items at the center as well. And that's it. Now we have to write the code for the enter key type. So we'll write here dot enter key tile, and inside here we have to mention the width. Width is going to be 76 pixels for the enter key. You have seen the enter key is bigger in size than other keys, so we have to mention the height. Height is going to be the same as 40 pixels. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 1 pixel again for this enter key, and we have the border as well. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid. So we have to write here 1 pixel solid, and the RGB value is going to be 0, 0, 0. So we'll remove this blue and green from here, and that's it. The RGB value is black basically. Then we'll write here border radius. Border radius is again going to be 5 pixels for the enter key as well. Now we have to mention for the text as well. So the font size is going to be 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. So font weight is going to be bold, and then we have display as flex. Finally we have justify content at the center, and we have to align items at the center as well. Fine. So we are done with the enter key tile as well. Now what we'll do next is we'll move back to the JavaScript part, but before that let's save this program and we'll move back to the browser once again. You can see it says process key is not defined. We'll define it later on. So for now let's move back to the JavaScript part again. Now what we have to do is we have to create a function over here. So we are going to create the function process input. Before we move on to the process input function, what we'll do is we'll create the process key function, because we are getting the error for this again and again. So we'll write here function, then we'll write here process key. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to write here e is equals to code, and then we'll write here this dot id. Fine. So I guess it will work fine. Then what we have to do is we have to write here process input, and we have to pass e over here. Fine. We have to call the process input function for me. So save this program, move back to the browser, and you can see now we have the keyboard over here. So you can see on clicking any key over here, it says process input is not defined. So let's define it as well first, and then we'll see if the keyboard is working totally fine or not. So for the process input function, we have to write here function, then we'll write here process input. We have to pass e as a parameter over here, and we'll write inside the function if game over is true, then return from here. Fine. Now we have to write the e dot code over here. So we'll write here if key a is less than equals to e dot code, and then e dot code is less than equals to key z. Then what will happen, we'll write here inside the if block, we'll write if column is less than width. So we'll write here let current tile. So we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we'll write here get element by id, and id is going to be row dot to string plus, then we'll put a dash over here, or we can say a hyphen. We'll add, what we'll add is we'll add call dot to string. Fine. So we'll write here call dot to string. This is again a method. So we have to write here this, and we have to write here row dot to string. Fine. So I guess this will work totally fine now. Now after this, what we'll do is we'll write here again if. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text is equals to nothing. Then inside the body of this if statement, we'll write current tile dot inner code, or we can say inner text over here. So we have to write here current tile dot inner text equals to e dot code. So we have to write here 3. Then we have to change the value to column plus is equals to 1. Fine. So we have to mention the else if statement as well. So we'll write here after this if statement, we'll write here else if e.code is equals to backspace. Now we'll delete the letter. So we'll write here backspace. And inside the body of this else if, we'll write if 0 is less than call. So we'll write here 0 less than call, and call is less than equals to width. Then what will happen is call minus is equals to 1. So basically what we are doing is we are deleting the letter. So we'll write here this, and after this else if, what we have to do is we have to write here inside the else if only, we'll write let current tile. So we have to write here current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. Then we'll write here row dot toString. So we'll write here row dot toString. This is a method. Then we'll write here the same thing again, and we have to write here call dot toString. Fine. So this is a method again. We are good with it, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here current tile dot inner text is equals to null over here. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write the code for enter key as well. So we'll write here after this, we'll write here else if e dot code is equals to enter, and what we have to do is we have to call the update function. Fine. So this is going to be a function. We are going to create the update function after this function, so don't worry about it. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if game is not over, so we'll write here not game over, and then row is equals to height. And what will happen inside the body of this if tag, we have to write here game over is equals to true, and we have to write here document dot get element by id, and we have to get the id of the answer. So we'll write here answer dot inner text is equals to word. So we are going to print the word. Fine. If the row is equals to height and the game is not over, so basically if we have all the blocks filled, we have all the rows filled, and if the last row is also filled, then what will happen is it will print the answer in word. So it will print the word as the answer. Fine. So save it now, move back to the browser, and we'll see. So you can see as of now this thing is not working, but we have no error over here. So let's refresh it once, and you can see there's no error still. So I guess it will work fine after we'll do the update function as well. So let's write over here. What we are going to do is we are going to create the update function for rest of the things. We'll check the input given by the user here only. So what we'll do is we'll write here function update, and what we have to do is we have to write here a variable. So let's say let guess is equals to null. For now we are going to take a variable guess, and then what we'll do is we'll write here document dot get element by id. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use the answer. So we are going to write here answer dot inner text is equals to null for now. Now what we have to do is we have to string up the guesses into a word. So basically what we have to do is we have to take all the letters from a particular row and we have to pile them up in a word. So what we'll do here is we'll write here for, let's take a variable c is equals to 0. We'll write here c is less than width. So Let's write here C is less than width and C++. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id, and we have to write here again row dot to string plus, then we have to put a hyphen over here, then we have to put a plus, and we'll write here call dot to string. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to take another variable, so we'll write here let letter is equals to current tile dot inner text. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text, and then what we have to do is we have to add this value to a guess variable. So we'll write here guess plus is equals to letter. Fine. So we are done with this for loop. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to update the value of guess, and we have to change the guess to lowercase now. So we'll write here guess dot to lowercase. Fine. So we have to write here to lowercase. This is again a method, so we have to put parenthesis over here. This is case sensitive basically. Then we'll put it on the console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll write here guess. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to check if the guess is present in the guess list or not. Fine. So for that what we are going to do is we are going to write here. So let's put some space over here. We'll write here if not guess list dot includes what guess. If the guess list does not include the guess, so what will happen is we'll write here document dot get element by id, and we are going to write here answer. So instead of answer what will be there is dot inner text is equals to not in the word list or not in word list. Basically over here we'll write not in word list, and that's it. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write here return. We have to return this thing. So that's it. We are done with this guess part. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to start processing the guess we have. So for that what we'll do is we'll take a variable correct. The initial value of correct is going to be 0, and let's say we have another variable letter count. Fine. So we are going to take, so basically what we are going to do is we are going to keep a track of letter frequency. So that's why we are doing it. Now what we have to do here is we have to write here for. We are going to use another for loop. So let's say we have a variable I with initial value as 0, and then we have I is less than word dot length, and we have I++ over here. Fine. So basically we are done with the for loop. Let's write inside the body of this for loop. What we'll do is we'll write letter is equals to word, and then we have to check the word. So we'll write here I, then we'll use if letter count of letter, and we'll write here inside the body of this if statement letter count letter plus is equals to 1. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write after this else. Now inside the body of else what we'll do is we'll put the letter count to 1. So we'll write here letter count. Now inside this we'll write letter is equals to 1. Fine. So basically what we have to do is we have to write here after this console.log, and we have to print the letter count. Fine. So till now we are done with this. Now what we'll do is we'll check for the first iteration. We'll check for all the correct ones first. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this for, we are going to use another for loop for this. So let's say we have a variable c, the initial value of c is set to 0. We'll check the width of c, so we'll write here c is less than width. Then what will happen is c will increase. So we'll write here c++. Now inside the body we'll write let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. Now we are going to write here the same thing again, row.toString. We have a method as row.toString. Now we have to put a hyphen over here, then we have to put call.toString over here. Fine. Now we have to take the letter variable, so we'll write here letter is equals to current tile dot inner text. So basically it has the value of the current tile, so we'll write here current tile dot inner text. So is it in the correct position? Now we are going to check it. Fine. So we'll write here if word, so what is the word, c is equals to letter, then what will happen is the current tile value, so we'll write here current tile dot class list dot add. So basically we are going to create a class for correct, which will change the background color of that particular key and of that particular box or tile. Fine. So we'll write here correct. So we are going to create this class in the CSS part. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to write here let key tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we have to write here key plus letter. Fine. Then we have key tile dot class list dot remove. So we have to write here the present class, and then we have to write here key tile dot class list dot add the correct class. So we'll write here correct. Fine. So we are going to define these two classes in the CSS part. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to increase the value of correct by 1. So we'll write here correct plus is equals to 1. Fine. Then we have letter count, and we are going to decrease the value of letter count by 1. So we'll write here minus is equals to 1. Let's put some space over here as well so that it will look good to you guys. Now we are done with the letter count as well. So what we'll do next is we are going to write here after this particular if statement. So right here we are going to write if correct is equals to width, then what will happen is game over will change to true. Fine. This is another condition we have. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to print the console, or we can say we are going to print the letter count on the console. So we'll write here letter count inside console.log. And now what we'll do is we'll go again and mark which ones are present but in the wrong position. That means the yellow color ones, right? So we'll write here after this console.log, we'll write for, we are going to use another for loop. So we'll write here let c is equals to 0 again, c is less than the width. So we'll write here c less than width. Then we'll increase the value of c by 1. So we'll write here c++. Then we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we are going to write here row dot toString, and then we have this hyphen over here, and we'll write here plus call dot toString. Fine. So we are going to take the values of these, and then after this what we are going to do is we are going to set the value of letter variable. So we'll write here let letter is equals to what's present inside the current tile. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to skip the letter if it has been marked correct. So for that what we have to do is we have to use the if statement. So we'll write here if not current tile dot class list dot contains, what it contains is the correct class. So we'll write here correct. If it contains correct, what will happen is we'll check if it is present in the word. We have to make sure that we don't double count, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here again inside this if statement, we'll take another if statement and we'll write here word dot includes. Now we have to write here letter, and we have to mention it over here. After this we have to write here letter count. Now what we have to do is we have to write here letter, and we have to write here greater than 0. Fine. Now what will happen is we'll write here current tile dot class list dot add. We have to add it to present class, so we'll write here present. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write here let tile is equals to document dot get element by id. What we have to do is we have to write here key plus letter. Fine. Okay, so we have to write here after this what we have to do is we have to take another if. Fine. So we'll write here if not key tile dot class list dot contains which class? The correct class. So we'll write here correct, and we'll write here inside this key tile dot class list dot add. What we have to add over here is the present class. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll deduct the value of letter count by 1. So we'll write here letter count, and we have to pass letter inside here, and we'll write here minus is equals to 1. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write the code for else as well. So we'll write here else. Now what we'll write inside else is current tile dot class list dot add. Which class we have to add now is the absent class. Fine. So we'll write here absent. We are going to describe this class, or we are going to define this class in the CSS part later on. So for now we have to write here absent, and we have to change the value of key tile. So we'll write here key tile is equals to document dot get element by id. We have to write here again key plus letter. Fine. So let's put a space over here, and that's it. What we have to do is we have to change the key tile class as well. So we'll write here key tile dot class list dot add. Which class we have to add again is the absent class. Fine. We are almost done with the JavaScript part as well. What we have to do is we have to start a new row for a new word. So we'll increase the value of row as row plus equals to 1, start a new row, and we have to change the column value to 0 again. Fine. So basically we are done with it. So before we move on to the final outcome. Let's do one thing. Let's go through the CSS part once again and we'll define these three classes, the correct, present and absent class. Fine. Save the JavaScript part here. Save it now and let's move back over here, and what we'll do is we'll write after this tile class. What we'll do is we'll write over here dot correct. We are going to define the correct class first. So the correct class, the background color is going to be this one, hash 3fc, and the value is 031. So the green color, basically the font color will change to white, so we'll write here color as white, and then we have border color, so border color will also change to white. Fine. Then we have the present class as well, so we'll write here present, and inside the present class the background color will change, and the value of background color is hash f5ce23. Fine. So this is basically yellow color, so the color and the background color will remain the same. So okay, so we have to write here border color, not background color. So we'll write here border color, and again we are going to define the border color here. Fine, so we'll write border color. So border color is going to be white in this case as well. Now we have to define the absent class as well, so we'll write here absent. For the absent class, the background color will change to gray. Fine, so we'll write here hash 787c7e. Fine. So this is the gray color we have. The color is going to be white, and then we have the border color. Fine, so the border color is again going to be white. That's it. We are done with everything now. Save the program, save the JavaScript part and the HTML part once again. Move back to the browser, and here you can see we have a program. So if we click on the keyboard, so it's not working as of now. Maybe we have some error over here. So let's check it out once again. We'll move to the JavaScript part. And if we can see here, key tile is fine, so we have to write here key tile like this, and let's check the other key tile as well. So everything else is fine. Save the program now, save the CSS part and the HTML part as well. Move back to the browser, and I hope this will work now. So you can see it's working as of now. Now we have written over quote. You can see it says not in word list. We have quote over here, so the word we have is title. Let's write title over here, and you can see the second line is not working, so we have to get back to this, and we have save it now. Move back to the browser. Okay, it's working now, and you can see, so the word we have here is hyped. So let's try to write, okay, we have to remove this first. That's why it was not working. So we have to write here another word. Let's say we have a word mango. Click on enter, and you can see now it's working fine. Now the word we have here is hyped, so we'll write here hyped. Click enter, and you can see we have all greens over here. You can see the word count as well. We have HYPED as 11111, and we have all the words here in the console. So you have seen here the program is working totally fine. The task is done here. And with that, we have come to an end of this full course tutorial. I hope it was informative and interesting. If you have any question about the topics covered in this video, feel free to put them in the comments section. Our team will help you solve your queries. Thank you for watching, keep coding, and stay tuned to SimpliCode.